1. Okay. I think we're here. Hello, everybody. I see sound bars going out, so I think we're able to talk to everybody. And I hear engines going, which is fabulous. So we're about to start the 1/8 B final. As you can see by the graphics on the screen, and there's the names. We've got Nick Znederik from Slovenia. He's one of our junior racers, a very quick racer as well. He's running both classes. We've got Carly Lopez-Damian, Bruno Barbosa from Ireland, Massimo Fabiani, another 40-plus racer from Italy, Damian Petrov from Bulgaria, another 40-plus racer, and Christophe Bruce, another 40-plus racer from France. Barbosa is also a 40-plus racer. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here live from Villarreal, Portugal. Kind of in the center of Portugal. Beautiful area of the country, just east, well, about an hour east, driving-wise, from Porto. And here's the drivers and the countries. So very, very good to see so many drivers. We could have more drivers. It'd be nice to have more drivers. But this is what we've got. Let's pop it over to the main camera, and let's make sure our replays are recording, because I'm certain we're going to have some pretty action-packed stuff. If everyone can hear us out in RCTV and EFRA YouTube land, please just pop a line in the chat. I know we've got a couple of questions. Start time is, well, literally now. Chassis, motors, ESCs are racing in GTE. Well, all the chassis, basically. And Hobby El Saram, and I'm not sure which other ones there are. But all the big names, all the names that you can expect are racing. Chassis, motors, batteries, etc. So, I mean, it's kind of a very wide open question, so it's a wide open answer. And this, I can recognize that one. That's Bruce from France. So we've got our replays going. We've got, I believe we have sound going out. I hope we have sound going out. So that's our start line there, our starting grid, and there's the pits. There's a French team working on Christophe's car. There's Ilassi at the bottom, is getting a face full of smoke. Ilassi, one of our sponsors this weekend, as well as Senesi Motorsport, who's our title sponsor. Thank you very much to Natanele for, once again, third year in a row, sponsoring the coverage for you. It's fantastic to have that kind of support from him. So it's, again, just sense checking, just making sure that everyone can hear us okay in the live chat. Please just drop us a message. Just say hi. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering on, what countries you're supporting. Okay, I can hear myself on the YouTube channel, so I believe we're okay. Okay, so we're getting ready to start. We've got Nick, Lopez, Barbosa, Fabiani, Damian, and Bruce, or Bruce. I'm not sure how exactly it's going to be pronounced. Here's the view from the pits. And there's Nick running that minty green car. Very closely matches the organizer's shirt colors. It looks like Nitro is starting from the side. A little bit slower on the zooms there, Helder. Just to take it easy on our eyes. There's Franco Desiderio. Okay. And counting down from 5 now. Oh, and we've got a flame out already for one of our Bulgarian racers. And we're off. Nick has a pretty good lead. A little bit of confusion there from the second and third place cars. Not wanting to get into a crash. It's a 20-minute race, remember. So there's going to be several pit stops to contend with. So we'll keep an eye on things. So Nick is shooting off into the lead, and we've already got one car into the pits. Let's leave him behind, though, and it looks like Lopez in that bright yellow car. Pretty sure it's Lopez. No, it's Fabiani, sorry. I should have known that. So we got a battle for second here, or a battle for third, actually. Now it's going to be the top, I believe, 3 to bump up. Oh, and that is a tragedy for Fabiani. So let's move on to see what is happening with our battle for the lead. No, that's one of our Bulgarian racers who's fallen behind on some hard times there. I think it's Damian Petrov, who's about to get lapped by our junior racer Nick, who's leading in that mint color car. So he's already a lap down. He flamed out on the starting grid. So not great, but it's a long race. 20 minutes is a long race when you're used to 7-minute qualifiers. And second place is that white car. So we'll follow. This is, I mean, let's be fair. This isn't going to be an absolute barnstormer of a race, but oh, and Nick goes wide, so that makes that lowers the gap significantly to less than a second now between first and second place. Try to keep them both in shot, especially if Lopez is catching Nick. So Nick was also in our C final for GT8 and didn't have a great time there, but let's hope that there's only been one of the electric finals run so far. They get 3 finals each, whether they're in the C, the B, or the A. And we've got Norix already joining us. Thank you very much. Thompson Chong saying hello. Hi there. LJ Magno saying hi. And Holger Wolf popping in from Facebook. Helder Santos saying hello from Portugal. Everything's okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to keep my voice at least somewhat calm because we've got 17 minutes remaining. And it looks like Nick is starting to pull out the gap once again. So he's brought it back up to 1.8 seconds from 0.9. But that was, he's recovering from a mistake and recovering very well, I must say. So while we have a bit of a lull in the action here, we'll let the camera keep following either first or second. So we've got, this is the 1/8 B final. We've got the 1/8 A final coming up next. And then we've got, you can check the schedule and everything for yourself if you want on myrcm.ch. But after, starting at about 10 o'clock, after the 1/8 finals, and there's two 1/8 finals. We've got the C Final 2, the B Final 2, and the A Final 2 coming right at you. And those are 7-minute races. And as our TQ man, Alessio Mazzeo, said, it's basically all or nothing in the GTE finals because it's 7 minutes. You just have to go for it. And you just go, go, go. In the Nitro finals, it's a much different story. You have to be very, very careful on your fuel strategy, meaning your throttle finger or throttle thumb, in the case of Alessio, because he uses sticks. And so you have to be very, very careful. And because if you run out of fuel, you're instantly have lost at least 1 lap and probably 2 or 3 or more if there's a flame out afterwards, because there's always some sort of drama that happens after you run out of fuel. Whether it's coming from the opposite side of the track, where the marshals have to bring the cars across to the mechanics in the pits, because the mechanics are not allowed outside of the pits. You can earn your driver a penalty doing that, and we've seen that happen before. Or when restarting the engine, dumping a load of fuel, cold fuel into the hot engine can sometimes just upset things. And you might have blown a plug, and you have to replace the plug. So, yeah, there's all sorts of things that can happen, and you just basically want to avoid that. So, anyway, got off on a little bit of a tangent there. After the electric GTE second finals, those kick off from 10 a.m. That's Portugal time. Remember, it's the same as UK time. At 10:40, we're scheduled to start the quarterfinals, the B and then the A. And those are, again, 20 minutes, just like this race. And then we have the main final A practice. So there's 4 drivers that are bumped up into the A final. Well, they're starting directly into the A final. So they don't have to go through any of this craziness. We've got Mazzeo, obviously, our pole man, and our current world champion in both of the categories that we're watching race today and all weekend. We've got Andrea Catanzani, last year's, he would have won his first European title last year, apart from a terrible disqualification. That was not the organizer's fault and not his fault. We've got the legend, B.A. Arnaldi from France, also starting third, and Filippo Beretta, the defending European champion from last year's GT8 45-minute main final. So there's some very, very strong contenders there. And just because starting on pole, okay, so we have our first pit stops. It's coming at the 13-minute mark. So pretty much bang on 7 minutes. So it's nice and cool, to be fair. So they don't have to worry so much about fuel. Temperature is quite chilled. I would say it's maybe 19, 20 degrees. And Nick is back out in the lead with Dan Lopez still 9 seconds behind. So they came in on the same lap, I believe. And so we'll keep an eye on that. They're going to be back into the pits at about the 6-minute mark. And that should leave plenty of time to, plenty of leeway either way to not have to worry about their fuel. So one interesting thing about this, the GT8 category, the IC or internal combustion, the fuel burning category, is they're not allowed to leave the pits before 7 minutes have elapsed on the race clock. And that is basically to prevent using super fast engines that will only run for 4 or 5 minutes, which get very, very expensive. Although the top drivers here have been provided multiple engines, multiple engines. But that's because obviously they're sponsored by engine manufacturers and engine tuners and fuel companies and obviously those sponsors want to make sure that their driver has the best advantage possible. So we were just following Lopez in that white car, and you can see the gap has come down from 9 seconds to 7.6. So possibly Nick is maybe just rolling up the throttle a little bit, or had a mistake or two that we didn't catch on camera. So we're approaching the halfway mark. We're just under 11 minutes. Juliette B is saying, cheering on Christophe from France. Very good. Of course, we have our top races coming out at you later in the day. The main final is scheduled to kick off at about 3:15. That's 15:15. That's UK or Portugal time. I always get thrown when we visit Portugal because it's on the same time zone as the UK. And also, I just wanted to say that if you haven't seen the pit walks yet, go check out the EFRA Facebook page or YouTube channels, Instagram. And have a look at the pit walks. They're also on the RC Racing TV, Instagram, and Facebook pages. So we're back following Damian Lopez. I want to say from the Dominican Republic, but I'm not sure because DOM is the nation. Possibly has a Spanish passport, and that's why they're racing. Or there are a couple of guests from Asia. We have Didion Ho from Taiwan, who is racing here, and he's a regular guest as well. And also Sultan Dong, our Hobby Wing representative. Hobby Wing is one of our supporting partners. And thank you very much to them, including Energy Fuels, Elstrom Speed Controllers, and Elasi Tune World Champion Engines. Senesi Motorsport, of course, is our title sponsor. And thank you very much to Natanelli for, once again, third year in a row, sponsoring the GT8 and GTE European Championships. And there's Nick Znederik, junior racer, leading this one. Ooh, Petrov nearly cutting into the back of Nick, but it's all right. And we'll just see what the view from the pits looks like. So, pit tables just off screen to the left. And so you get a very good view of the action right from your pit table. And if you're marshalling in that spot in the high-vis vest, even better. There's Lopez, 5.9 second gap now, so he is whittling it down a little bit. We're about to come up on pit stops. So pit stops are the real, are a real danger point for the drivers and mechanics because coming in with a hot engine, of course, it's very cool. Well, I say very cool. It's not like it's 15 degrees or anything. It's about high teens, I would say. But when the drivers come in for their stops when it's hot, so later in the day potentially, although it's not going to be as hot as it was on Wednesday when we arrived. It was 35 degrees when we arrived here at the track, and yeah, that was something to get used to. It's 95 degrees in Fahrenheit, and yeah, that was a bit much. So right now at the minute, yeah, we're sitting at about 21 degrees. So it's fairly nice, actually, especially in the shade. But we're going to get up to about 29 degrees at towards the end of the day. Hottest point of the day is going to be right around where the main final is, and that's a 45-minute main final. So there's going to be a lot more danger than these guys are facing. It's highly unlikely that these drivers, any of these drivers, will be getting into the main final. It's no one is really that far out of place. Meanwhile, with the last set of pits about to come in, let's see if Lopez is going to come in for his pits. Nope. 4.6 seconds now, so he's chopping down that lead by a good chunk every couple of laps. 4.3, so yeah, 0.3 of a second. So every 3 or 4 laps, another second disappears. But he's working his way through traffic, so it's going to slow him down a little bit. And there's Christoph, another one. So now there's nothing. There's only the 4 cars on track, so there's not a huge amount of action happening. So that's why we're just really following the top 2. And as long as Petrov has stopped. Brousset has. Petrov is. I think something's wrong with Brousset's transponder. And did I miss a pit stop somewhere along the way? Because Nick has skipped the pit lane again, and so is Lopez. They came in at 12 minutes, so it's been 8 minutes. Or they came in at 13 minutes, actually, right on the dot of 7 minutes. So they have to have had a pit stop that, while I was looking away, I must have missed. There goes Nick. Whoop. It's the first mistake we've seen from Nick, apart from going wide at this corner early in the race. Oh, it's my bad. I'm just reading the timing or timing graphics just a little bit wrong. Brousset has been lapped 3 times. That's why it shows 3L. It's not that he's missing laps on the timing. Barbosa and Fabiani, though, with the red background to their numbers, that does mean that they have pulled off the track. That's why there's literally just 4 cars on track. And I think it's going to be, is it 4 to bump up? So basically everyone that's still running should be bumping up into the next final, which is the quarterfinal. Quarterfinal B. No, it's 3. I'm sorry. Because there's only 7 drivers in the quarterfinals and 7 drivers in the semifinals. So really, we should be looking at the battle between Bruce and Damian, but there's 4 seconds between them as well, so there's not a lot of action there. 2 minutes to go. So this is Damian Petrov, and 4 seconds ahead of him. Damian in the Bulgarian color car, not the minty green car. 4 seconds ahead of Nick and Damian is the French driver of Bruce in the pink and yellow. And at the minute, it's Christophe Bruce to bump up. He's just flashed to the left of screen there. And here is Lopez in second place. So, to be fair, they're both Nick and Lopez are playing it safe. They don't want to push things. They know they're both going to get into the quarterfinals, and from there, anything can happen. They could get into the semifinal if a lot of things happen their way. So the gap between Bruce and Damian now 5.5 seconds, so it's actually growing. And so we can't magic up the action, but we do have some more lap per traffic here. So let's stay with Nick for the rest of this race. There's 50 seconds remaining as he passes Christoph, our third place driver, and almost certainly going to be bumping up to the quarterfinal, both of them, as well as that white car just there out of screen of Lopez. So 3 drivers to bump up. Damian, the only one who's driving out there on track who isn't going to be bumping up into the quarterfinals. So 22 seconds remaining, and that is going to be, I believe he's going to be on his last lap here. Yeah, you see the numbers going green. That means they are on their last lap. And the time is counting down verbally from 10 seconds. And congratulations to Nick Znederik for winning the 1/8 B final. And also to Carly Lopez Damian for coming in second, as well as Christoph Bruce, who started last and has come in third to take the final bump-up position. And there is the official finishing order, unless there's some sort of protest, and I don't think there will be. So there we are. Next up, and I believe I can hear the engines already fired up and getting warmed up. We have the 1/4 A final. So there's the names on screen, and we'll go through them as the names come up. So I'm just going to have a very quick natural break and grab myself a drink, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. So let's see what we can see here. So if you have any questions in the live chat, do let me know. Happy to see what we can answer for you. If you need some live timing information, go check out myrcm.ch. We have a pit walk that's available, well, a series of pit walks actually. on the EFRA and RC Racing TV Facebook and Instagram channels. So do check those out. Yeah, so if you want to see live timing or the complete schedule, check those out on Instagram and Facebook. There's also plenty of other stuff that we put on there. Tried to talk to our sponsors and some of the notable drivers. And yeah, so it's good times. People are having a good weekend generally. And there's our runners and riders for this one. There's Didion Ho from Taiwan. Philippe is our only French representative in this race. Someone just crashed just in front of us, I think. Yeah, that scraping of Lexan on tarmac. It's a sure sound of an unfortunate incident. These curbs do catch a lot of the drivers out. You can fit the entire car on them. It looks like someone's flamed out. Didn't catch the car number. Car number 4 of Diaz, I believe. It's a good spot there. Yep, getting restarted. Running GMAR. It's one of our supporting partners this weekend. GMAR and RC1. You'll see their logos flash up during the results screens. And of course, we'd also like to thank Senesi Motorsport being our title sponsor this weekend, 3rd year running. So what fantastic support we get from Natanele. We do thank him profusely. And we've talked to him a couple times in the pits. Young racer from Italy, but also with his own model shop, his own racetrack, his own car designs, and option parts, and all sorts of fantastic stuff, specifically for GT8 racing. Once again, here's the view from the pits. You just see the pit exit there. There's another view of, you see the hills and the trees surrounding the tracks. A beautiful, beautiful location. It's much better, it's even better when the temperature is like this, when it's not 33 or, above 30 degrees. Which I think is about 86 degrees Fahrenheit if you're joining us from the U.S. One of the few places still using the Fahrenheit scale. The Portuguese flag fluttering in the breeze, along with many of the other countries of Europe. Pretty sure all of it's Austria. There's obviously Italy, because it's the majority of the countries. We have one driver from the UK, so there we are. There's, I think, is that China or Taiwan? We do have a driver here from both of those, one driver each from those places. Actually, Taiwan's a bit different flag. So this is still warm-up. I believe they're being called into the pits now. So you see the drivers entering the pits for their final top-up of fuel, and the mechanics will start to carry them out to the starting grid. We can see just there in front of Mr. Pineda, those little boxes. Actually, the numbered, what look like upside-down number 7s, those are the starting positions. So you see number 1 there, just right next to him. Car number 2 is going into the number 2 spot, and so on and so forth. So we have a Spanish racer, a Bulgarian racer, Taiwanese racer, a Portuguese, Spanish, French, and Spanish racer. Again, 7 drivers in this one, 3 to bump up. So if it's a runaway race like last time, we'll just kind of move around a bit, but hopefully we see a little battle for third, because that's the important spot. Here's the number 7 car of Saez. There's Pelletier in the 6. And in the 5 is Terran. Didion Ho in the 4. The 3. And then Folev in the yellow. And Fernandez in the pink and down. Horn has sounded their way. Is already. Oh, the leader is spun out. Fernandez. That's not great. And now it is Folev in the yellow car. Off and away. And Fernandez getting sideways, and a lot of crashes and battles there going over the finish line. So our lead battle here, these guys a bit more active in the first lap. Battle for second already raging between, I believe that's Ho in the 4, already passed and into second. Very aggressive pass there. That was a great pass. And another one from Fernandez, trying to get back into the top spot. So it's Folev, Diaz, Fernandez, and Ho. But the positions have already changed. So our battle... oh, no. That is not the quick way around. Let's see that again. So going for the pass on the pink, on the Fernandez, and... nightmare. I think that was Terran going over. Let's see what has happened there. Fernandez moved up into third, and we're with that pink car chasing down. I'm pretty sure that's the number 4 of Miguel Diaz. Ooh, and a nice pass there. What a good one. Let's see that again as it's coming down the straight. Coming into this final S's. This race is already proving to be pretty, a lot more active as Burek is running across. So that's Diaz in the 4, trying to get back up to terms with that pink car of Fernandez, who himself is trying to get back into the lead to take it off of Folev from Bulgaria in that yellow car. So that's the battle for third isn't really raging or anything at all. So let's follow the battle for the lead, I suppose, because until we get closer, you see the gaps there. Between third and fourth is 2.5 seconds. But between first and second is less than 0.6 of a second. It is tightening up. This yellow and pink car, this is the battle for the lead. So Fernandez getting closer and closer and closer. He's already so much more active than the 1/8 B final. Coming down the straight, there's only the same number of cars, but no one has crashed out yet. And the battle for the lead, very, very active. It was less than 4/10 last time around. Let's see what it is now. And it's but going to be, well, it's still chopped it off by 0.09 of a second. So this is what a 0.3 second gap looks like. Just keep that in mind for later. And Folev getting sideways there, going into the S's, but Fernandez not able to take advantage. He does there, though. He catches up quite a bit. We have an upside-down car. That's number 7. Let's get back to the battle for the lead. as something has happened to Fernandez, who's made a mistake himself. I think probably noticed the car like we did. Notice that upside down car. Now it's a half a straightaway lead for Folev in that yellow car from Bulgaria. And was that that was a mistake from Folev, clipping the curbing just a bit too much and going wide. Oh, and then a mistake from Fernandez in the pink, coming out of that little hairpin in the middle of the track. Going into the sweeper, the first hard turn there around this big hairpin. Fernandez easily able to make up the gap. A battle for the lead raging. Not close enough to make a pass attempt. We did see some fantastic passing in the electric finals yesterday evening. Make sure and check out that A1 final from yesterday. It is live on RC Racing TV YouTube. 7 minutes of pretty strong action. So we're just waiting for things to really heat up. There's 14 and a half minutes to go in this race. That means there's about a minute and a half before the first round of pit stops. So maybe Fernandez is waiting to make a move. Or wisdom says he's just biding his time because he's guaranteed a bump up if he stays where he is. Remember, top 3 bump up. So at the minute, that is Pelletier, who's going to be trying to fight off Diaz, who's 1.7 seconds behind in 4th place. And we're top 3 bump up, so we've got Folev in the yellow, Fernandez in the pink, and then Pelletier in the number 6 car. Once that gap gets down to about a second, we'll start looking at that one, but I think we've Fernandez has basically doubled the gap. He's just holding his position. So we'll follow these guys. There's about a half a minute before the pit stops. Probably next lap we'll see them come into the pits. Remember, it's nice and cool right now. It's about 21 degrees. And Fernandez falling even further behind. I don't want to say falling behind. He's just managing the gap. Or Folev is managing the gap. So here's first round of pit stops coming in right now. Both of our leaders, 1 and 2, coming in. So yellow is Folev, who's leading. Taking some time in the pits. Doing a little bit of engine adjustment, it looks like. And they're both out at about the same time. So that pit stop adding several seconds to their lap time, which is fine. Let's see what the actual time was, 41 and 40 seconds. So normal time is about 23, 24 seconds for these drivers. Fernandez now a lot more eager to get past Folev. Meanwhile, between Pelletier and Didion Ho now is 1.7 seconds. Oh, and Folev makes a huge mistake. Let's see that happen again. Coming onto the straight, goes just too wide, too much power. Luckily, stays on his wheels and recovers. It's not exactly going to flat spot his tires, but that has gifted the lead to Fernandez. As you can see, the names have swapped. So the gap was 1.7. So let us see what happens as they cross the line now. Didion Ho now, well, he was a second. Now it's 1.5 seconds. So there's not really much of a challenge for third. So we'll stick with these guys for now. Just see what the gap is, 1.7. And now it's 1.6. So Fernandez I mean, these guys could be stood on the track next to each other, on the rostrum next to each other, and they might be from different native lands, but most of the drivers speak passable English, and they could just say, look, not that they are actually doing this, it's just me in my head imagining them doing this, saying, we're both going to bump up. There's no reason for us to break our cars and create more work for ourselves, so let's just keep it as it is. Just make sure that third place doesn't come up. Because at the minute, they're going to be starting 8th and 9th on the grid for the 1/8, the 1/4 A final. So, while this is pretty much stabilized, now it's a 2.7 gap. While this is stabilized, behind Foleb is a 13.7 gap to Pelletier, the car number 6. So let's, Helder, let's find the car number 6. Two cars have just come in front of me. So the car 5, going very, very slow in front of us. Okay, so there's the car 6. That's one of the cars that had a big mistake earlier on in the race. Didion Ho, now 0.2 behind. Okay, so this is now our proper battle. So we're going to ignore cars number 1 and 2. This is our battle for the bump up, because this is suddenly, literally as we turn to them, turned into a 0.2 of a second gap between Pelletier and Didion Ho. So the lead car is Pelletier. Pelletier from France, I should have known that. And then Didion Ho from Taiwan in the car 6. And they have swapped, as I was just looking down to see, just to triple check that Pelletier is from France. So Didion Ho now taking the lead and is in the bump up spot. So Pelletier has got a challenge here, a big, big challenge. Ooh, as he clips the curb and goes a bit wide. So Pelletier in that yellow front red car with the black wing, and the red car is Didion Ho from Taiwan. A battle for the lead. I'm going to ignore all other cars and just look at these guys, because whoever is the leading car of these two, if the flag were to drop now, whoever is the lead car is going to be bumping up into the quarterfinal, which is the whole goal of the weekend, is to do as much racing as possible. And the only way to do that from this point, if you're finishing 4th or below, you're going to start packing up as soon as your marshalling is finished. So Didion Ho a little bit wide there. So now it's we're back under a second. Oh, and Pelletier taking that curb, some liberties on that curb there, and doubling the gap, as you can see on camera. So Pelletier in that yellow car with the black, yellow front car with the black wing. Didion Ho, well, he started 3rd, and at the minute, he's running 3rd place. And we have had, once again, 2 cars drop out several laps back, as our lead car, Fernandez, is coming up on both of these cars to lap them. But we're also going to be coming up on pit stops, because we're hitting the 7-minute mark here. So we're going to be having pit stops soon, maybe. And there we go. There's Fernandez coming into the pits. We'll follow him in. Nice, steady, and there goes Folev to take the lead. But he may have already stopped already, or he'll stop next lap. Of course, like I said, the temperature right now is nice and cool. Literally, it's room temperature out there. And we're not expecting it to get super hot today. It's not even going to hit 30 today. So we're back following Ho. No, this is Pelletier. Didion Ho has stopped somewhere. I think Didion has possibly, yeah, they've both come in for their pits. This is Pelletier's pit stop. So we'll stay with Pelletier. We'll stay with, go to the red car that's in the middle of the track, which is Didion Ho. He's about to cross. The next car over the finish line is Didion Ho. The next car over the finish line is Didion Ho. Going down the straight is the red car. Our Taiwanese guest racer. So he's got, he's running second at the minute because Folev has come in for a pit. So he must have had did he have a problem in the pits? Because this is Didion Ho now, who is second. So my apologies to Helder because I believe he must have spotted that. So Folev and Diaz. So the yellow car and... So if we drop back to the straight, the finish line. And the yellow car, these two are this is our battle for third now. Diaz has just passed Pelletier. That's Folev, actually. But that is Diaz? Let's see, the car is just coming. It's the car 6. Oh. Who's that? That's our car 2. Of Folev, who was our leader or second place, various places. Wow. Okay, we're getting a bit lost here because cars are starting to drop out of the field. So this here is, we know that this is this is Pelletier, who's running 4th at the minute, but the car he's running 5.8 seconds behind Diaz, which is not really much of a battle, unfortunately. Fernandez is 18.7 seconds ahead of Didion Ho. Here's our leader. Let's just stay with our leader. Make it easy. Stay with the pink car. The pink car, Helder. The pink car of our leader. There we go. Because he's 20 seconds ahead of Didion Ho, who we just had on screen a moment ago. Didion is 8 seconds ahead of Diaz, and Pelletier is 6 seconds behind Diaz. Folev has dropped out, and he's lost a handful of laps already. I think his challenge is done, unfortunately, from that number 2 position for that yellow car. We have 4 cars on track, and again, out of 7, we've lost 3. But we did actually have some good action for the majority of it so far. We might still have something happen. Try to find that number 4 car. The number 4 car is the next car behind this one. It's the yellow and green of Diaz. So from nowhere, Miguel Diaz, who is being cheered on in the live chat, has come up to, he's going to be bumping up into the quarterfinal. He's 10 seconds behind Didion Ho. Whew. And again, I'm assuming, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're keeping it to 10 cars. They could easily go to 10 or 15 if they want, but that is just too much action for me to keep up with. Getting up on the painted curbs there. I'm not sure. I think that the curbs are pretty slick. I wouldn't go up on the curbs all that much. So 2 minutes remaining. Here's our leader, Fernandez. Not a lot happening here now in this final phase of the race. As Fernandez is coming up, he's not far off from lapping Didion Ho. There's Didion just going off screen. And everyone just basically just wanting to make sure that they get to the end without flaming out. As we've seen one of our major challengers who is almost certainly guaranteed, but that almost certainly is the qualifying statement. It's not able to make it to the end. Unfortunate for a Bulgarian racer in this one, Folev. So Fernandez about to cross the lap, the finishing line for the next to last time. You see when the numbers go green, that means they're on their final lap. And this pink car. Car number 1. Finishing first. Not a flag-to-flag victory, but a victory nonetheless. And there is Fernandez crossing the line to win the 1/8A final and bumping up into the 1/4 A along with Didion Ho and Philippe Pelletier. So it's a good contrast and a fun start, at least, to proceedings for the Nitro categories. It does mean in the 1/4 B final, we're going to have Nick starting 8th, Lopez, and then Bruce. And they'll be starting behind De L'Aquila, Cocker, Duarte, Caligari, Gallego, Rocky, and Desiderio. And in the 1/4 A final, we've got Petrov from Bulgaria, Delgado, Sutrik, Almeida, Izai, who not having a great GT8 category, Messina, and Jones. So at least he can take some benefit, some solace that he's in the same 1/4 final as one of the top racers in Europe. But behind Jones will be Fernandez, Ho, and Pelletier. So next up, the track has gone quiet, and that is because GTE is coming out next. So swap to a different sheet of paper. So GTE TQ driver of Alessio Mazzeo, again, current double world champion in both GT8 and GTE, former European champion in GT8, and one hand on the trophy already for the GTE category for this year. But first up, we've got 2 of the lower finals to get through. That is the final C2 and the B2. So we've already had, let's see. Let's look at the results. First, let's get some shout-outs in the live stream. We have one of our heroes has joined us. Tadaksatsu, I think, is how we pronounce that one. So in GT8, not a huge amount of drivers, but there's enough to make it interesting. We've got Senkar has taken the win in the first C final. And then Friedrich, another junior. They're both juniors so far. Friedrich has taken second place. And third place was taken by Gerd Pfeiffer, 40-plus racer and another RCTV hero. Thank you very much, Gerd. And, you know, you see what being an RCTV hero gets you. Fourth place was taken by Le Corlier, who is starting on pole, actually. So he had some bad luck. Rius Zisco? I'm not sure which is the first name and which is the last name. Finished fifth. Dan Jones finished sixth. And Zadro finished seventh. So they're doing their warm-up laps. There's the drivers who are in this one. There's no bump-ups in this one. It's literally just the same as electric touring car racing. 3 finals. And basically, you want to just do as good as possible in every final, obviously. So we're going to have the C final, and then right after, we're going to have the B final. And right after that, we're going to have the A final, which Alessio Mazzeo has already won the first A final. So another one, another win. And he won it by a huge margin as well, in over 7 minutes. Okay. Nice and wide on that first turn. Let's see if there's any big action. The horn is sounded. They're off. A couple of bumps in the back. And we're following the lead cars. The lead cars over the finish line. So it's off 1, 2, 3 in that order. Dan Jones trying to chase down this gray, bluey car of Le Corlier. Pretty big gap already. Half a second already as they cross the line. I think it's gone up to probably 0.6 or 7 now. But anything can happen. You put a little bit too much throttle coming out of a corner and you go sideways and you lose a couple of seconds. I think just like that, you see the gap come down to Jones. Our battle for the lead is picking up. Jones, I'm pretty sure he lost a lap that he was not given back in the first race. He would have finished on, I believe it was 10 laps, and he only finished on 9, even though he finished second on the track. Second or third. So Dan Jones trying to chase down Le Corlier. Dan is actually the section chairman of this category for GT8 and GTE, and as well as the 1/8 and 1/10 IC sections. Very active racer himself. He was at the TITC this year, so he knows his way around an electric car. And you can see that gap coming down now is 0.7 when they came across the line the last time. And as they're coming around the hairpin on that infield, past the kink into the S's. Oh, Dan, a little bit wide there. And it has come down, well, it's gone up a tiny bit to 0.77. You see what these mistakes mean. You go into a corner too hot, and you lose a 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. And we're down to 5 minutes already, 2 minutes gone. The gap has dropped by 7 hundredths, down to 0.63. So Jones officially categorized in 6th place. So if he can finish second or first here and do the same again in the third run, Le Corlier finished 4th. in the first race, in the first C1 race. So these two are both doing a lot better than they did in the first C final. You see the gaps to all the other drivers behind. Of course, they're over 4 seconds ahead of third place. So this is our battle. That was a very messy start. First few laps for the C1 race. And this in the C2 is much, much cleaner. Oh, and Le Collier got sideways. And he's actually stopped. So let's see what happened there. Something happened. Did a tire go, or did his batteries go? I mean, very unlikely that it's his batteries or electronics, because there's no heat out there. So Le Collier plummeting down the field. Who are we following now? So Jones has just gone past to start to put a lap on not quite sure who that is out front in the white car. Car 5 of Roos. Oh, that's what's confused me. There's 2 yellow cars. Senkar is the other yellow car. He's 3.7 seconds behind. So there's 2 yellow cars. This is Dan Jones here in this first yellow car. The car he's just passed is Roos to put a lap on. So he'll come up as 1L. Comes across, or maybe not. But 3 seconds behind Jones is Senkar, who won, who finished 3rd in the last race. So Le Collier he's still running. But he's going to finish 7th because he's 2 laps down. So not sure what happened. Maybe all he did was go wide and slide a little bit, and he pulled off the track. So no idea what happened. But as it stands now, Dan Jones is going to have a 6th place and a 1st place. And if he can finish 1st or 2nd in the 3rd and final C final, then he may wrap up the win overall, in at least for the C. Which is, if you're going to be in the C, you may as well win it. Win the whole thing. So these races, as Alessio was telling us, these races are literally all or nothing. You just go. So Dan is being chased by, or is this Senkar? The yellow car is being chased by Friedrich Liu. Yeah, this is Senkar. The yellow car is the 3 on this one. So with 44 seconds to go, let's move 1 car forward to our lead car. This is Dan Jones, EFRA section chairman for this category. He's not an EFRA official this weekend. He's probably deliberately wearing a completely non-branded shirt. Doesn't have any RC logos on it at all. And we're counting out. You can see the green numbers. It means he's on his last lap. And when it goes dark green, or bright green, I don't know, it's what you would call it. There we go. Dan Jones taking the win. From 2nd place on the grid. Senkar coming in 2nd. So Senkar actually at the minute is looking really good. He's got a 1st and a 2nd. So he needs to, Dan needs to, if he wins the 3rd race, he's got it. If he comes in 2nd, it's going to be between him and Senkar. But he has to have a faster 2nd place finish than Senkar's 2nd place finish. But, of course, there's Adrien Lecollier that they're going to have to contend with as well. Gord Pfeiffer finishing third. So he's got a third and a third, so that's decent. Zadro finishing fourth. Okay, so as surely as the C finals finished, the B finals coming up next. So let us know what you thought of that race, who you're cheering on, and if there's anyone in the B final that you're intending to cheer on as well. So 10 racers in this one. Finishing order first time out was Veseli. Yes, that Veseli, Dario Veseli from Croatia. Bryce Turco finished second. Sultan Dong from Hobbywing and also China finished third. So it's going to be between probably those guys. So lead driver off the starting grid is going to be Nick Znederik, or one of two junior racers in this one. Our other one is Carlo Bench. So Nick is from Slovenia, and Carlo is from Croatia. Ten drivers going to make it much more active out on track. And again, we'll follow the lead cars for a little bit, but the concentration will be on the battle for third, which, hoping it stays pretty active. Oh, no, sorry. This is electric. This is GT8. We're ignoring the battle for third. It's the battle for the leads. So 45 seconds to go, and the drivers are coming out. So there's our drivers in the starting order. Ooh. Oh, yeah, someone going the wrong way around the, oh, well, a little bit too far around the track. And there's Nick Znederik taking an interesting line around the corner. Veseli, once again, not doing a warm-up lap. Sven Rodevalder finished 10th in the last one. Okay, here we are. Tony Sanner, and away they go. Oh, a terrible start for Tom Hackett. Oh, no. Sultan Dong upside down. Let's follow the lead. That is a huge lead for Nick. Wow. An entire straightaway lead after all of that confusion. Look at the huge gap behind him. This battle for second now is pretty much the only thing happening on track. Veseli gets a bit wide going around. And which car is that behind? I think that's Bryce Turco in that white and purple. It's the car 4. Yes, that's Turco leading Veseli on the straight, getting a little bit wide there. Wow. Okay, so Vaselli catching his breath. And Vaselli is, he knows what to do in these races. He's European champion in not just large-scale off-road, but large-scale touring car as well. And he's been running this this MCD chassis for quite some time. Look at the gap he's already made up under braking. Excellent stuff. Oh, he's going for it. Going down the straight, maintaining that gap. But Turco, also a pretty decent racer. And he goes for it, and that's the pass for second. Let's see that once again as they're coming around the finish line. And here's the, just on the inside. Turco trying to slam the door, but just a little bit too late. Not strong enough under braking. But Vaselli not able to break away just yet. Turco is still within attack distance himself. These two are 5.5 seconds behind Nick. And there's another pass. Fantastic stuff. Let's see how that happened. Riding the berms. Doing a Reinhardt on Hara. Running Reinhardt colors as well. Fantastic stuff, and now here they are at that same point. So Vaselli has got a good fight on his hand. Vaselli, he did win the first race, trying to go for that inside. Turco, meanwhile, got second. So these two were battling for the lead in the first race yesterday evening at the end of the day in the B1 final. But Turco putting on the turbo. Oh, and Vaselli got sideways. And just showing Nick there just very, very briefly. He's got nearly a 6-second lead. So these two, let's go back to second and third of Turco and Vaselli. Just wait in the corner. Just wait in the corner. So Vaselli now is, we missed what happened to Turco. Turco made a huge mistake and now is dropped back to third and is being chased by Sultan. We were looking at the battle for third. At the end of the straight, these two is the battle for third. Because Nick is nearly 8 seconds ahead of Vaselli. So it looks like Nick is going to take the win if things end as they are. Sultan putting a big charge on Turco and a great pass from Sultan. And another one from, wow. Let's see that again. Turco making a big gap now to Sultan. So we're not missing anything as we're watching this replay, but look at this. Pass and repass. Fantastic. So Sultan now a second behind, or was a second behind. Someone's just made a mistake that we've missed. So Sultan getting a little bit wrong coming over the timing line. So with a minute and a half to go, we were looking at the battle for third. Not really going to change anything up front though. So, Turco's made another mistake somewhere along the way. Sultan with the power. Whoa. Oh, and and a mistake. That would have been a good. Yeah, Sultan had to give that one back. But all of that started on the main straight when Sultan just had a better drive coming out of the turn, coming onto the straightaway. And he's now, unfortunately, upside down. So let's find that minty green car of Nick. There he is, coming down the straight. And with 30 seconds remaining, he's 9.6 seconds ahead of Dario Vaselli. So he's going to take the win. He had a 5th in the first race. Vaselli going to take second. Turco, who finished 3rd. At the minute, it is Dario Vaselli with a hand on the B final winner's trophy. But if things happen as they are, Bryce and Dario fighting over second. Of course, Tom Haka should have been in the mix from the number 2, but he made that early mistake hitting the berm. So Haka could change things quite a lot in the 3rd B final. Haka actually finished 4th in the first race as well, finishing 5th in this one. So he hasn't had a good, starting from second, hasn't been all that very much lucky for him. Cocker finishing 4th from the 10th spot, so that's a fantastic finish for him. So meanwhile, there's our finishing order. Meanwhile, we have got our A2 final coming up. So once again, let us know who you're cheering on and where you're watching from. Niels, I hear you, but we don't have IndyCar streaming money. Sorry. So Alessio Mazzeo going to be leading things off once again from his teammate Burak Kilic, running the same car. Adam Izai running the X-Ray. Natanelli Senesi running the Senesi. Well, a very Senesi'd up Gmar Raptor, actually, which is pretty much the same car as Mazzeo and Kilic. Tobias Sutrick in the S-Works. Arnaldi in the Genius. Alex Zenchatin in the X-Ray. And then we have Maria, Puziat, and Puker. Arnaldi and Puker are the only 40-plus racers in this one. So Arnaldi finished 4th in the last race. Senesi finished 3rd. Kilic 2nd. And, of course, Mazzeo won from pole position. Double pole winner. Adam Izai finished 5th from 3rd on the grid. Zenchatin finished 6th. So finishing order last time, sorry. Just a little distracted with writing down numbers and things. So there's our starting grid, but the finishing order was Matteo, Kilic, Senesi, Arnaldi in 4th, Adam Izai in 5th, Zanchatin in 6th, Puker in 7th, Puziat in 8th, and Pierre and Sutrik in 9th and 10th. So thank you, everyone who is joining us. We want to thank also Senesi Motorsport for being our title sponsor this weekend for the EFRA GT8 and GT8 European Championships from Villarreal, Portugal. We also want to thank Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, El Saram, Elassi Tuned, GMAR, and RC1 Racing. So Zanchatin is there but hasn't checked in. Same thing that Dario has been doing. So last time around, it was a little bit of a battle the first handful of laps as we're counting down. So good start from everyone. Oh, Burak putting the pressure on Alessio. But he has to keep mindful of, that blue car. Oh, I don't know who it was. That just flew across the track. That was lucky. That didn't hit any of our leaders. Alessio already pulling away from Burak. Now Burak is going to be trying to keep the X-ray of current GTE European champion Izai behind him. So the gap, Izai already getting sideways there. Izai running his Izai blue. Burak running a dark blue body shell for some reason. Maybe he was given the latest version of the Genius body shell that everyone seems to run. Burak getting a little bit tight on that berm there. If we drop back to the battle for third, it's getting tight between Izai and Arnaldi in that bright green. Arnaldi did some really good passes in the first race in the A1. This is the A2. And if that white car of Alessio zips away like he did and finishes 8 or 9 seconds ahead of Kilic, that is another European championship for Matteo. Looks like Izai has cleaned up his driving just a little bit, not making any mistakes the last couple of laps. So he's starting to pull away from Arnaldi. 7-minute race, 2 minutes gone and 5 minutes remaining. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there from Izai running the curbs. The curbs are not gritty. They're very slick. The track is nice and cool, so these cars are able to run pretty much full throttle everywhere. It's very wide, a very wide track. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but all of these racers have been limited to 3 sets of tires each, and that is it for GTE. Arnaldi about to put a massive pass on Adam in that blue car. Keep an eye on that green, that bright green, traditional old school color of Arnaldi. Oh, and defensive line nearly not working for Adam there. He's trying to white line every single turn so that Arnaldi does not have an opening. And there, Arnaldi tried to go for it, but it didn't work out. And now he's got a gap again. Arnaldi pushing and pushing. Arnaldi finished 4th last time out in this position here, and he wants to finish at least one better. Izai finished 5th. Just realized that Senesi has not made an appearance in this one. The bright orange car, not sure what happened. But meanwhile, Arnaldi back under the wing of Izai. Finger on the replay button, waiting to see what happens here. Arnaldi is certainly going to make a huge push here. Kilic, meanwhile, only 1.5 seconds behind his teammate and friend Alessio Mazzeo. So that is our number 1 and 2 is Mazzeo and Kilic. Some 5.5 seconds ahead of both of these drivers, but look at the pressure that Arnaldi is putting on. He is used to running 30-minute races in large-scale touring car with scarily limited amounts of fuel. It's the X-Ray being chased by the Genius. Is this going to be the pass attempt here coming up at the end of the straight? Not quite yet. He's trying to make it happen. Izai running a very superbly defensive line and just trying not to make any mistakes, because if he does, he goes wide and that leaves the opening for Arnaldi to push his way through. Of course, you can't just ram him up the backside. This isn't club racing. The referees are surely going to be taking a very keen interest in this action. He's as close as he's ever been down the straight. Is he going to try it here? Can't motor past him. It's all about grip in these turns on the infield. Trying to force a mistake, but Adam, multiple European champion in 12th scale and stock touring car, I believe. So we've got just under a minute remaining. We cannot take our eyes off of this because we've got Mazzeo 1.1 seconds ahead of Kilic, but this action here is as tight as we have on the track anywhere. .30 seconds remaining. It's going to be this lap and one more for both of these racers. This lap and one more. Arnaldi is surely going to go for it on the final lap. Oh, and he does! He does! And oh, is he going to get called there? Mazzeo, let's go to Mazzeo on the straight, at the end of the straight. At the end of the straight. At the end of the straight, Helder. There, just underneath you, going into the infield. And that is our TQ man coming across for the win to take the European Championship. Fantastic job. And there's his teammate, Kilic. Both of them running the GMAR Raptor. And he's won it. He's done it again, this time in GTE. He's getting the congratulations from his good friend and teammate, Alessio. There's Tobias. There's Kilic just coming up to say congratulations, Izai. Fantastic result there for Alessio. So that is the first of possibly 2 championships that he might be taking. Wow. Good racing action there from pretty much everybody up and down the field. A textbook run from Alessio. He made it look boring, but it was certainly not. And congratulations to Alessio. Great job. And taking the win. So let us know what you thought of that one. Pretty good run there. Fantastic run for Alessio, finishing less than 2 seconds ahead of Kilic. But that driving from Izai and Arnaldi, absolutely fantastic. That's a clinic in patience and defensive driving and when to go for it. And meanwhile, very hard to see because obviously we're not in the pits with Mirko and Alessio's father, but themselves also doing the perfect job of an amazingly set up car for Alessio to take not just TQ but wins in the A1 and the A2. We can already hear the cars for the 1/8 final B running. You can see the names there, and of course our bump-up racers from earlier in the day. So we've got Giacomo Dell'Aquila from Italy. We've got Michael Cocker, 40-plus racer from Switzerland. Jose Miguel Duarte from Portugal. Fabio Caligari from Italy. David Gallego Corrales, another 40-plus racer from Spain. A couple more 40-plus racers from Italy, Emanuele Rocchi and Franco Desiderio. And then we have Nick Lopez and Christoph, or bump-up racers from the 1/8 B final. So we're going to have these two finals, and then we're going to have a 10-minute practice for the 4 drivers who have qualified directly into the main final. Which we'll just have a static camera on. And we won't worry about, it's literally just a practice. So they're going to be going out, doing a few laps, coming back in, doing a few laps, and so on. So it's not really much to show. They're just going to be twiddling the engines and just making sure things are okay. So I was commenting earlier on the tire situation. Electric racers limited to 3 sets for the entire weekend from time practice 1, time practice 2, 5 rounds of qualifying, and that includes warm-up laps, and also 3 finals. So it's almost the same situation for the GT8 IC racers. They had 3 sets of tires as well for time practice 1 and 2 and 5 rounds of qualifying. But for each of the 20-minute finals that they get, they have an additional set of tires that they can purchase. The tires are pre-assembled, pre-glued, belted rubber, hard compound rubber tires from Sweep. And they have a very interesting insert inside. It's very thin, and it's like just a double-stage foam insert, which is interesting. So they got a few minutes of warm-up here. like we saw earlier, they're going to start on those, what look like upside down number 7s. The number 2 position is right where Mr. Pineda stood just a second ago. And once again, for these Nitro, the quarterfinals, which we're just about to be watching here, and also for the, obviously for the semifinals coming up in a bit. Semifinals, we're just going to be following, we'll concentrate on the battle for third because those are the bump-up spots. So we're in the quarterfinals now. Semifinals start at 11:55, so just before lunchtime. So we have the semifinal B, then the semifinal A. Those are both 20 minutes each. And then we have about an hour and a half break to the last chance final, which is going to be crazy. That will be very fun to watch because it's a 15-minute race, which means that we're going to get at least one pit stop. Some people will chance it and try to do it all in one pit stop, 7.5-minute run. It's not going to work. Maybe. Because if it was hot, the drivers would definitely, they would never make 7.5 minutes because that's 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Unless they just drive very, very slowly. They have to maintain and watch these their fuel consumption. And we'll get into that more in a bit. But we'll probably see maybe a 7-minute qualifier. And a 7-minute pit stop, and then a 6 and a 5 or something like that. So just checking the live chat. If you're cheering on anyone in this race, do let us know. Looks like we haven't had Damian Lopez check in just yet. So not sure what's happened with Damian. So 30-second countdown. Cars on the grid. Cocker is somewhere. Everyone else, well, are we missing number 6 as well? And 8. Nope, there's 6 is in the correct spot. Let's see if Cocker is, there's 8. It's Nick. Let's see if Cocker in the car 3 is, or no, sorry, Duarte, Cocker in 2 is missing. Not supposed to be fueling on the tarmac. That could earn you a penalty. And there we go. Horn is sounded and we're off and away. The quarterfinal B. Very active in those bump up spots. The leader of De L'Aquila and Cocker. Oh no, Duarte. Cocker didn't make the start. We don't know why. Unfortunately, if you're in the chat, you know, then do tell us. That's a car 3 of Duarte has gone over. So De L'Aquila still leading. So here's our battle for second of. So we have 3 minty green cars. That's not going to make things confusing whatsoever in this race. Desiderio. Oh, this is our battle for third. Okay, so perfect. A 3-car battle for third even. So Nick has moved up from 8th position on the grid. What a fantastic start to the race for him. And he's running 4th. So this is what bump ups can do for you. And just behind them is Lopez, also one of our bump up racers. Nick is all over the back of Gallego, and he's gone through. Great pass. And Gallego as well. Nice. Fantastic stuff. So let's move to Nick and, yeah, the leading minty green car. Desiderio in the 2nd position disappears off screen in that yellow. So this is our battle for the 3rd place. Let's see how Nick did that pass on the last lap. Very nice. Perfectly positioned. And a little bit of a slide on that glossy paint curbing. And then, of course, we saw Lopez get past as well. There's our battle for 4th, and Gallego is taking it back off of Lopez. So battle for 5th we're not too concerned with until it becomes a battle for 3rd. So at the minute we've got De L'Aquila, Desiderio, and Nick is our top 3 order. We have someone in live chat cheering on Miguel Diaz, who is not in this race. Still no appearance from Cocker. So this one may be a slow burner. After that, after the last race we just watched, the A2 final for GTE. So let's just, while we wait for things to heat up, let's look at the schedule. So this race that we are on is the quarterfinal B. And we're roughly on schedule, I think. Yeah, we're a few minutes behind, but it's okay. The quarterfinal A is after this, and then we have quarterfinal A is after this, and then we have main final A for 10 minutes. But we're just going to go to static camera and just have a chill out a little bit And then we will have the semifinal B and A, 20 minutes each once again. And then a very, a good long break for everyone from those semifinals who didn't bump up to pretty sure this is our battle for third is starting to heat up. Now it's a battle for fourth between Gallego and Caligari. Half a second between them, but this is the closest thing that we've got on track. So ahead of them is Nick in the other minty green car, who has just passed Desiderio for second. So now drop back to the yellow car because Desiderio is now third. Oh, and nearly getting taken, collecting Browse. So go wide so we can see what's happening here, because we have the battle for fourth is rapidly catching Desiderio in that bright yellow car. So our battle for third now is basically, well, battle for second is between these four cars on screen right now. The leading four cars anyway. Battle for third is Nick and Gallego, but they came across at different times here. So it's a car 8 is leading. So I think Desiderio is he could be a lap down. So I'm a little confused here what's happened. But let's go back to Desiderio, these two here. He's obviously battling for position, but I think they're on the same laps. Unless I've read it completely wrong, and Gallego is actually that bright yellow car. I've always... there's two yellow cars. So 7 is the Desiderio, and yeah, so my apologies. This has been the battle for third the entire time. So the two minty green cars is our battle for third, Nick and Gallego. And Desiderio stopped. Oh, he's run out of fuel just before the pit lane. So our first casualty of running out of fuel. We should have stayed in the pits, but that's fine. Let's stay with Nick here. Let's just stay with Nick. Stay with Nick. The number 8 car that we were just with. Move forward one car to the car just there. One car ahead, just coming underneath us. There we go. That's Nick in the car 8. Still showing in second place. De L'Aquila in the car number 1, still leading. But that is Nick. You can see the name get highlighted there as he's coming down the straight. That's just because there's a little delay in the timing. So if we drop back to the next battle, there we go. That's Gallego in the yellow. And then that is Duarte, I believe. So the car 6 is the yellow, actually. Rocky. Oh, I'm getting all mixed up. So here's Nick. Let's just stay with Nick for a bit. Apologies. So Nick is running in second. The car 5 of Gallego. I will look for him. Okay, the car 5 is, if you just wait there at the end of the straight, wait right there, Elder, and the sort of greeny turquoisey car, the next car, no, one back. Just wait there. That car who's just gone out of shot is our third place car. Just wait right there. Hold the camera. Stop the camera. That is our car there that I've been trying to look for. This is our third place driver of Gallego. and we're going to stay with him. At the minute, we're just going to give him some camera time because at the minute he's got some sizable gaps to the cars before and behind. So the all-yellow car of Gallego is running, the number 5 of Gallego, who we are with the white wing. Nick has, I think, a clear wing. So that's the only way to really tell them apart from seeing the number. Let's go wider a little bit, just so we can make sure we keep them on camera. So it's Gallego in the 5 coming across the finish line. His gap back to Nick is increasing. But I think Lopez is possibly catching him. 6.3 last time round. And we'll see what it is in just a few seconds as Lopez is coming around. Yeah, he's chopped it down by just a few seconds. So if we go back one car to the yellow and red, these two cars there, that's our battle for fourth, but they are catching. So it's the car 9 of Lopez, who we are looking for, who is in fourth place. I think it's the white car, actually. Very rapid. He's got to work his way through this lap traffic. I'm pretty sure it's the white car that we're looking at, of Lopez, who's now 4.5 seconds behind Gallego. He's made up, even with the lap traffic, he's made up half a second. And you can see Gallego just ahead of 3 cars ahead. The 2 cars between them, lap traffic, they don't matter, but they could slow Lopez down if they bump into him. So Lopez in a good spot. Let's drop back to the white car. The white car is who we're following. This is Lopez. He's got to work his way through the lap traffic and catch the number 5 car of Gallego, because it's only the top 3 that are going to bump up. Nick is in a really good spot, running second. He's already done one bump up, and he might be able to do another into the semifinals. Got to work his way through these cars. Just keep it a little wide so we can see the distance between them. So now there's just one car between Lopez and Gallego. The referees really are probably calling the traffic for him. And that's a danger point. That is the car 6. He's lapped. He should be letting him by. He's lapped traffic, and this is the 4th place driver trying to pass him, but he's acting as if it's for position when it's not. He's being lapped. This is literally a blue flag situation. Whatever you think about blue flags, they are part of the rules, and that number 6 bright yellow car really needs to be letting him by. Meanwhile, Lopez is catching, Desiderio is catching Lopez in the next yellow car along. That number 6 car is going to be getting a penalty if he doesn't. Meanwhile, everyone's been called into the pits. So there goes the pit battle. Okay, so now, that helps. The mechanics, unfortunately, gave the number 6 car a body tuck, or maybe he got tapped on the way out, and Lopez is able to get past pretty easily. And, that blue car helping things along. Lopez and Desiderio now Okay. Well, he's already passed Gallego. Gallego may have just run out of... No, he's not run out of fuel. He's still going. So now this is Lopez in the third spot. But let's keep an eye on the next couple of cars behind, because those cars are in position on track to chase down Lopez in the white car. So this leading yellow car is, it's not actually Desiderio, it's Caligari. Desiderio is the yellow with the blue stripes in the middle on the doors. So Lopez still solid in third place. Desiderio, let's drop back to the two yellow cars, because this is our battle for fourth, but they are possibly just very slowly catching Lopez. Desiderio crosses the line first, but Rocky right there. Oh, I see. Okay, yes. Caligari, again, confusing me with the yellow car. Not running a yellow car. It's actually Rocky. So Desiderio is the leading of these two yellow cars. Ignore that number 6. Leave him. Well, I mean, nice spin. But Desiderio here is catching Lopez. So the white car in third. The yellow car here in fourth. It was a 2.5 second gap. Now it's 2 seconds. Now there's no cars in between them and clear air ahead of both of them. The gap now is 1.5 seconds. Desiderio is going to make this very, very exciting indeed. And thank you to him for helping sponsor the stream from RC1 Racing. Thank you also to Senesi Motorsport, our title sponsor all weekend long. Thank you very much to Natanele. Let's see what the gap is now between Lopez and Desiderio. 1.1, another 0.4 of a second knocked off. We also want to thank, of course, Hobbywing Energy Fuels, El Surround Speed Controllers, Eolasi Tuned World Champion Engines, and GMAR. And we have someone cheering on Lopez in the live chat. He's doing really well. Car 3 has just been pulled off of Duarte out of 7th place. Desiderio could make it heartbreak for Lopez, though. Desiderio running the X-ray. Gotten a bit wide there, so that 0.875 gap is going to go to 1.1. Need to come off throttle there. I think he just went on the berm too wide in the infield hairpin. Very, very close now. Less than a second. Less than half a second. And passing another lap traffic car. Into the infield hairpin. Past the kink. Desiderio getting it right that time. Closing up even further. 0.4 second. Goes to 0.5. These guys very, very close indeed. Even closer now. That's, and a fantastic, nearly a fantastic pass. Lopez doing a fantastic job, though, to hold on to the position. And into the back of him. Got to let him go. If he hadn't, it would have been a stop and go for sure. 0.5 of a second across the line that time, but it doesn't really represent what happened there just over the finish line. But Desiderio certainly in position. If he was watching that last, the A2 race between, and nearly there, trying inside, outside, and bumping him again. Dirt tires for Lopez. So got to give him some space. I don't think that was a brake check. Maybe he just went on the, I don't know if he went on the curb or not. So last lap for De L'Aquila and Nick. This is going to be the last lap for these two. We're staying with these two, though. Oh, and Desiderio spins out. Oh, nightmare. If you can find, this is Nick in the position 2. Don't even know what De L'Aquila looks like because he was so far ahead this entire time. But congratulations to De L'Aquila and Nick, who's just come across. Lopez has already finished his last lap. Desiderio as well. So a pretty good race there from Lopez, holding off Desiderio. Fantastic race for Nick and Lopez, bumping up twice now from the 1/8 final into the 1/4 final, and they're both going into the semifinal B. Great race there. And, of course, for Giacomo De L'Aquila, literally don't even know what the car looks like because he was just holding position in first place, and Nick doing a great job as well, taking second place from 8th on the grid and basically just holding position. And I'm sure with some spotter info from his mechanics telling him that he didn't have anything to worry about and he could just cruise to second place finish. Pretty good there. We'll just have a couple seconds of a little bit of a break. All right. So thank you very much, everyone who has joined us in the live chat. We do appreciate it. I agree, Jason. Commenting on RC Racing TV Facebook. Yeah, that was a pretty good race in the end. Got a little confusing there, especially with the body colors and stuff like that. But, yeah, pretty good race. I'm sure we're going to, you know what, it's just going to get better and better as well from here. So Mr. Pineda there in the middle of the track just shouting at drivers to make sure and get in their marshalling positions. So these are just the warm-up laps. Gonna have a few minutes of warm-up. And there's your runners and riders in this one. Fernandez, Ho, and Pelletier in the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions are bump-up racers. Coming into the race from the 1/8 final A. And there, everyone checking in. So we got 3.5 minutes of warm-up. So it's pretty cool conditions, really. It's about 21, 22 degrees. Nothing like the heat that we had on Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday was the hottest, I believe, all week. Got up to 35 towards the hottest point of the day. Hottest point of the day today is going to get up to about 28. So it's warm, but not hot. So 3 minutes remaining in the warm-up. So we'll just leave you with the sounds of the engines just for a tiny little bit of a break. All right, they've been called into the pits, and I've been called back to the commentary booth. So there's our lead car of Petrov. There's Delgado, Sutrik in third. Almeida Izai is missing, but he was running, so I'm sure he'll get out there. And car 7 also missing, Dan Jones. Okay, 10-second countdown. 10-second countdown. Oh, and our leader car our pole man has already flamed out. It's going to start a significant distance back. But meanwhile, again, top 3 battle is what we're looking at. Third place battle is already heating up between Almeida and Messina. And they've already caught up to the second place car of Sutric. These 3 cars battling for third. Delgado, meanwhile, shooting off. Sutric is going to try to keep all these guys behind them. Almeida in that white and orange. And then, of course, there's got to be 2 yellow cars. Actually, 3 yellow cars on track. So that's going to make things fun. So we've got Sutric in the first yellow car, Almeida in the white and orange, and then Messina all over the back of Almeida. Messina gets past him, so now we got the 2 yellow cars in second and third of Sutric leading Messina. So we're just going to look at the second and these 2 yellow cars. Gideon Ho not getting it. Well, he got out there very late. Petrov, I think, has crossed the line for a single lap so far. This is our battle for second. Very, very tight already. Sutric under huge amounts of pressure. First from Almeida and now from Messina. In the second yellow. Oh, and nearly went for it. That would have been unwise. Sutric from Austria running the S-Works. Messina, not sure what he's running, but I'm going to guess an Italian brand. Oh, and was that Sutric going super wide? Now in the grasp of Almeida. This is our battle for third now. This is the final bump up position again that we're watching. And then we've got, is that the blue of Adam Izay trying to move up? I think if anyone is going to be able to do it, it's going to be Izay. Almeida's flamed out. Almeida's flamed out. Meanwhile, let's watch the blue of Izay, because he is now already moved up into 4th spot, and he is rapidly catching Sutric for that third. Messina has shot off into second. Almeida, tragedy for Almeida. He's losing positions left and right. Been retrieved, and I'm sure Sutric has let that look like a here you go sort of door opening pass. But I'm sure it was just like a bit of an over-rotation at the back end. So let's watch the blue car, because he is certainly going to be catching Almeida in that orange and white. Delgado still leading in the car 2. Messina in the car 6, just ahead of this blue of Izai. At least he's a recognizable paint scheme, if you can call it a paint scheme. Single color paint, that old complaint. But Messina in that orange and white being chased and caught very, very rapidly by Izai. Now remember, they can go into the pits now, but they're not allowed to leave with any fuel anyway. I'm going to have to double check on that, because I'm not quite sure. I'm assuming it's still a rule. I don't think that rule changed at the AGM, but here we go. Messina in the orange, white and orange, being chased and hounded by Izai. The car just ahead is Delgado leading. So this is our leading trio, from the bright yellow to the white and orange, and then the blue. First, second, and third on screen. They're chasing someone who's going to be a back marker. Messina rapidly catching Delgado. But then maybe it looks like a little bit of a just going wide. Now Izai catching Messina, forcing Messina to do some defensive lines and losing some space to Delgado. Meanwhile, Delgado trying to get past the lap traffic. Very begrudgingly lets Delgado past. So unfortunately, let's stay with, what's happened to Izai? He's lost some space. There's a lot of lap traffic ahead of Delgado now. Everyone going roughly the same speed. So maybe Izai here is literally just holding back, I think, now at this point already. Not wanting to get caught up with anyone's battles or this lap traffic, but if you have to go, you have to go. However, with Sutric 6 seconds behind now, there's zero challenge from behind. So let's stay with the orange, the white and orange car. Oh, and Izai gets past. Oh no, Messina has flamed out in that car 4. So now it's Sutric is going to take over third, as Izai takes over second just here at the finish line. It's the timing loop. Sorry, Izai's taking over third, and Sutric takes over fourth. Fernandez actually takes over fourth because he's just been passed by Sutric. So, yeah, ignore that car into the pits. Izai here is our third place driver. He's half a second behind Delgado now. Messina counting in first. Delgado has been passed by everybody so far. Okay, let's stay with him here. The referee's just counting down the release time for, I think Izai flamed out very temporarily there, but he's back out on track. So pit stop reset time. And let's see where everybody comes across. Izai taking over the lead somehow. Sutric into second. I think we had a couple of the cars flame out in the pits. The couple of cars being Messina being the biggest victim of them all, but Delgado also losing a couple of positions from second down to, or from first down to third. So we're just going to stay with Izai here until the pit overlaps kind of work themselves out of the kinks. And then we're probably going to drop back to Delgado and Ho, even though they're 8 seconds apart. 7.7 seconds, as you can see on the timing. It's just gone up to 8.1. And that's probably because Ho is being chased. He's got Fernandez just a second behind him. So let's find there's a very close battle on track, 0.3 seconds apart with the red car of Ho, the number 9. Don't quite know where they are on track. They're just about to come across the finish line now. The 9, the 3, and the 8. Actually, it's the 9 and the 8. So there's a lapped car between them, I think. Sutric working his way through them. So ignore the yellow car. That's Sutric in second place. So it's this red car and the pink car of Ho and Fernandez, who's just passed them again. So this is a pretty tight battle. Fernandez now working himself up into fourth place. and Ho. Let's go to the pink car of Fernandez. And, I believe he won or finished second. No, yeah, he won his 1/8 final because he's running. He's got a number 8 on the car, and there's only 7 cars that had qualified directly into the quarterfinal, which means number 8 is the first of the bump ups. And Lasso Kid saying, bunch of wasps. Yes, certainly indeed. In the live chat, if you are watching along, please do hit subscribe and join the channel if you want to support us. But at least drop us a line, tell us where you're watching from and who you're cheering on. Lasso Kid saying the blue car is fast. Yes, well, he ought to be. He's a 3-time European champion, and he's the current. Well, he was the European champion in GT8 from last year in Leipzig. He's given that up. I don't want to give it away, but if you watch the A1 final on YouTube for GT8, that is already online. The A2 final will be online very, very shortly. He is winning this race by 3.3 seconds from Tobias Sutrick from Austria. So it's an X-Ray leading an S-Works. And I'm not sure what chassis Delgado and Fernandez and Ho are using. So we're following Fernandez because he's actually only 0.8 of a second behind Delgado. Delgado in the number 2 car, which is actually just the car just ahead. So these 2 cars, the yellow and the white, is our 3rd place car. I didn't pick up on that. So this is our battle for 3rd now. This is a final bump up spot into the semifinal, and it's getting ever closer. It was over a second not long ago, and now it's less than a second, 0.7 of a second. It's probably about half a second now. Now, well, call me wrong, 0.7. Thank you, Jill. Excellent day driving. Great TV transmission also. Thank you very much for enjoying it and watching along. This is going to be some absolutely fantastic racing coming up. We have the A3 final for electric, the GTE category. And it's going to be all or nothing to see who takes home second. At the minute, Burak Kilic has got a 2nd place. We've seen some fantastic driving from Izai and Arnaldi as well. So it's going to be literally an all-or-nothing fight to chase down Kilic and see who can, if there's anyone who can challenge him for 2nd place. And then we also have the main 45-minute Nitro final coming up at the very end of the day. It will be the last thing that we show on screen. Oh, and who is that? Delgado going into the pits. Let's stay with Fernandez because he's surely going to be pitting next lap, and he may flame out on this lap. We don't hope so, but he may. Raxon letting us know that Didion Ho from Taiwan runs Genius, which is interesting. I thought he might run S-Works or something like that, being a semi-local. Okay, let's stay with Fernandez in the pits and stay with the pink car, and we'll keep an eye out for the yellow car of Fernandez, the yellow and white car of Fernandez, and he's not come by yet. There he is. That's our battle for the pits, and Fernandez's team wins it and moves him up into 3rd. And Delgado drops to 4th. Great job there from the team. Didion Ho just behind them. So the bright pink car is our 3rd place driver of Fernandez. First of the bump ups and into 3rd place. So it puts a lot of wear and tear on the car because you're not running a fresh car. You've run a fresh car for your first final. You've bumped up. and all you've done is refuel, change your receiver pack, maybe charge up your transmitter pack, or change transmitter batteries, whatever you need to do. And that is Sutric coming up to lap these guys. No, he's not lapping. Who's that yellow car? I need to look at the number here. So Fernandez in the number 8 pink, and then Sutric in the yellow 3, and then number 2 is, I think Sutric is, he must be coming up to lap him. That's really weird. Maybe he's counting because the timer, I don't know why Sutric is mixed up in there. It's very weird. But Fernandez, who we're following, is counted as the third place driver. Next car along is Sutric. He does count. So I guess he's about to put a lap on Fernandez. That's weird. Sutric going fast. That first of the yellow car is just there. The yellow, orange, and white car is Delgado in the number 2. So, although this yellow car coming up, I'm sure his mechanics, the great thing about nitro racing nowadays is that the mechanics and the mechanics and the drivers are allowed to talk to each other. They don't have to be shouting. There's none of this craziness that we used to have a few years ago. They have noise canceling, very good headsets that they can talk to each other with and say, the yellow car coming up behind you is second place driver. Do not worry about him. Let him go, because if you don't, first of all, you're going to get a penalty. Second of all, you're just going to slow each other down. So there you go. Perfect. So your mechanic now acts as a spotter. But you are allowed 2 mechanics in the pit lane per driver. So there's 20 people down there. One of them, checking the time on the pits. And we should be fine for fuel, coming down to just about 3 minutes. Adam Izai in the X-Ray in the blue car. He's miles ahead of these guys. He's 20-some seconds ahead. So you see when the timing crosses, Sutric is just ahead of Fernandez. And this is our 4th place driver, Delgado, who's 2.2 seconds behind this pink car of 3rd place Fernandez. So 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining. And it looks like it's going to be Izai Sutric. Has Sutric stopped? No, he's just crossed. It looks like it's going to be Izai Sutric and Fernandez coming through to go into the semifinal. So remember, in about 2 minutes and 15 seconds, we're just going to go to a static camera and leave things on for you and put up a little message on screen, because there's a 10-minute main final practice, and then we have a very long gap to the semifinals. Wait, let me make sure. I'm doubting myself. Oh, no, sorry. My bad. We have main final practice, and then immediately after that, we have the semifinal B and the semifinal A. So these drivers who I was just mentioning, Izai, Sutric, and Fernandez, as well as De La Aquila, Nick, and Lopez from the quarterfinal. And Fernandez coming in for a very late splash and dash. Oh, no. Is this going to wreck his... Let's stay with the pink car because we don't know what's going to happen. No one has come across to pass him yet. But he's found himself in the middle of a bunch of traffic. The car immediately behind is our leader of Izai. Okay, so his pit team has worked it out. They know that it's even with the time behind him that he had plenty of time to come in for a splash and dash just to make sure he finishes. Because if you run out of fuel, you're done. That's it. He's in the last bump up spot, and there's our winner. Well, not winner yet. In 2 laps. Let's stay with the blue car then, because, blue and the pink. So there's Fernandez basically testing his speed against Izai. Izai letting him pass because Izai doesn't want to get knocked out. Let's stay with the blue car now because that is our leader of Adam Izai, former European champion in GTE. He was a 3 European Championship holder until the A2 run finished earlier today. So he's on his last lap. So is Fernandez. So is Suchuk. Didion Ho has finished in his Genius. And here we go for the win in the quarterfinal B. And just a little bit of an accidental tap there. I think Fernandez just slowed down unexpectedly. And there we are. Adam Izai, Tobias Suchuk, and let me get his name correct. If I can find the correct. Raul Fernandez Guisado from Spain. There we go. Yeah, so first, second, third, cars number 5, 3, and 8 bumping up into the semifinal. And there's your timely reminder from myself to hit that join button. And see all the perks of becoming an RCTV member on YouTube. So we're going to let Helder sit down and have a little bit of a break. And if there's no questions in the live chat, yeah, Lasso, that was a pretty good race. Sarah, are these? Sorry. Are they edited or are they just full res? Full res. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll upload them from the hotel.
Lots of photos. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But the opening ceremony also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Today don't have yet.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as there's some from yesterday and the day before and all that, and you'll be getting the prize ceremony also.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, just had to talk with our local photographer. But if there's no questions in the live chat, we'll just take a little bit of a break and we'll upload a couple of little quick videos to Instagram. Check out EFRA.ws on Instagram. And, of course, RC Racing TV on Instagram, YouTube, well, which you're probably watching, and, of course, on Facebook. There are some pit walks and the TQ interviews as well on the EFRA Facebook and Instagram channels. So do check those out as well. There's some good stuff on there. Good info from our TQ driver, Alessio Mazzeo. So for 10 minutes, they're warming up, but they have a 10-minute race, 10-minute practice, and then we have the 2 semifinals. Which, again, we're going to be looking at the top 3 bump-up positions. And then we have a bit of a longer break for lunch for the drivers and the organizers, which I'm looking forward to. And, so we'll come back to you soon. signal's fine.
Yeah?
This signal,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, 25 is just smoother.
Smoother.
Yeah, because the other camera had to be changed to 25 also. And even people just walking along, they do like this.
Yeah.
Very weird.
I use for 25, 50, and then but my camera goes until 100.
Yeah.
Okay. I just go there and sit.
Huh?
I just go there and sit. I mean, it's 10 minutes. Yeah. It's a training 10 minutes. Yeah. And then it will be
To the two semifinals. And then a
yeah.
long break, like an hour and a half.
Okay. Until now, it's good my feeling.
Yeah, I'll just, I'll try to be clearer when you follow, but yeah.
Yeah, tell me what followed. When you scream excitement, I don't listen at all. If you tell me, follow guy there, I just don't listen.
Right.
It's cuts the sound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because sometimes you are in the race and you have I will stop louder and pop.
The sound actually cuts off.
Cuts off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you want,
Just in case.
you want to say me, follow the guy. Don't follow the guy. Follow the guy.
Okay.
Because it's still follow the guy and let's go to this video.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just sit there. In the electric, the guys just win.
Sorry?
In the electrics, the guys just win.
I don't know anything.
You have 3 rounds of. It's the first.
Oh, yeah. Alessio, yeah, he's won.
He won.
He's winner, yeah.
Yeah, good. But you will be 1 more, 2 more finals.
One more electric final for everybody. But he won't race.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Helder, if you look. See that?
Yeah. It's not live. Yeah. It's strange.
It does it always.
Don't do it as always.
Whatever setting.
Oh. There we go.
But I mean,
It's okay. It's up to you.
yeah.
It's a problem between this and this. Because it's okay. See the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Because it's a problem between this and the computer. Okay, you're running on USB.
Yeah, it goes
Just
yeah.
slow.
But no, it's super speed.
So the speed. Oh.
Fully connected, so
Yeah, it's a big drag. Very big drag. Maybe turn this off or not again. Maybe.
but it doesn't happen always.
Yeah.
Huh? I think it's the same.
It's the same? Yeah, it's the same.
yesterday the fan was going a lot, but it's okay. Today is much better.
Yeah. Yeah, the on and off. Change it?
Huh?
Change it. Yeah. Turn off and on.
No, we don't. Not while we're live.
No.
Not while we're live, no.
Because this is dragging a lot.
Yeah, we're 2 minutes from going live again, so we can't just change things.
Yeah. This is something to the laptop, I think.
Possibly. So don't
Because this, like this is 507 crazy.
yeah, but we can't
And
just
this is the source. This is maybe such problem. Because this camera works.
Oh yeah, no, I believe you, yeah. Yeah. But
Yeah. I just don't work with PC anymore. I just have Black Magic saving. I don't use the PC.
yeah, I mean most of our stuff is Black Magic.
Yeah. You don't use the card anymore? No?
No?
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. It's a lot of drag in the.
Yeah, I know. But
I just want to show you.
look at that slide.
21.
No, the 0.1 to 0.5.
Yeah.
4 tenths faster.
Yeah.
Oh, but Katazani. Wow. He will make it hard. He will make it hard for Matteo.
They drive me well. Very well. Lap after lap. Okay. It's okay. I'm going because it
You have a
starts.
drink?
Yeah. It starts on 5 minutes maybe. See you.
Okay. Okay, so bring the sound back up. We are, minutes away from the from the semifinal. First one coming up is going to have Natanelli Senesi starting on pole position, followed by Daras, Valente, Mendonça, Mauro, Tarragoni, Zenchetin, Dell'Aquila, Nick, and Lopez. Some very fast names in that one. Quarterfinal A, which is coming up in about 25 minutes' time, is going to feature Kilic, Palosci, Connolly, Campos, D'Angelo, Barriona, Giacchetti, Isai, Sutric, and Fernandez. So if you are in the live chat, do let us know who you're cheering on and where you're watching us from. I know there's ETS happening. There's BRCA Nationals happening. But we are in finals day here. So if you're wondering what the time schedule is for the rest of the day, time and live timing is available on myrcm.ch, but we are into the the semifinals, starting with the semifinal B, and that's going to be kicking off in just a minute or so, at least for the warm-up period. Just a few minutes of warm-up, and then a 20-minute semifinal. And then, which should be pretty interesting to watch. And then we've got the semifinal A right afterwards, another 20-minute race. And then everyone who didn't bump up from either of those races, so it's going to be 14 drivers with one position available. The winner takes it all into the 11th position on the main final grid in the last chance final. And that will be kicking off at 2 p.m. That's UK and Portugal time. So we have quite a bit of a break. We have just a little over an hour of break between the semifinals and the last chance final. There's your runners and riders in this one. As usual, dominated by Italians. Doris, Mendonça, Nick, and Lopez are the only non-Italian racers in that one. Nathaniele Senesi, our title sponsor for the weekend's broadcast, is starting on pole for the semifinal B. So we've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds of warm-up remaining. Technically, that really comes down to about 3 minutes and 15 seconds because they're called in. They're called in with about 30 seconds to go, which is a lap and a bit. So even if you're just about to pass the pits, it gives you time to do another lap. You get called in. Final few splashes of fuel gets put into the tank. And then the mechanic comes out with just a fuel gun, not a starter box. The fuel gun or fuel bottle is the only thing allowed to come out with the mechanics onto the starting grid. And then from there, with 10 seconds to go, they're put onto the ground. 5 seconds to go, they're told to release the cars, meaning they have to sit there. You can't just be revving and revving and revving. And not allowed to touch the cars as well, or refuel them on the tarmac. Still 2.5 minutes of warm-up remaining before the start of the race. So the drivers have been called into the pits. And here they go coming out. So the Senesi in the orange car, will definitely be keeping an eye on him. Remember, it's the top 3 cars to bump up. We've got Senesi, Daras, and Valente. So orange, purple, white, and then Mendonça in the yellow. 10-second countdown has already started. Cars down. And the horn is sounded and away they go. So Daras trying to put some pressure on Senesi, but it's Valente being chased by the 2 white cars. The red car and the 2 white cars. It's our battle. Ooh. One of them has already swung off into the grass. Someone's just come out of the pits, must have flamed out from the back of the grid. So red car, white car, that's our battle for third at the minute. Valente and Mendonça. Tarragoni is the car that had fallen off. There's our battle for third. We're concentrating on the battle for third. We are very interested in what happens to Senesi and Daras. Both are very quick racers indeed. But it's the final bump-up position that we are looking at and concentrating on. Because only 3 drivers from 10 are going to be bumping up. Tarragoni looks like he flamed out, but he's back out on track. So red car and the white car coming off the main straight now. We've already got the leaders coming up on lap traffic. Oh, and a little bit of a slide there for Mendonça. It's going to increase the gap from 0.6 to probably 0.9 or so, or even more. 0.8. A nice controllable four-wheel drift there. Yeah, these cars are four-wheel drive. Again, let us know who you are cheering for in the live chat. Plenty of action going on everywhere, but these 2 is going to be our battle for third, the final bump-up position. And you can see just ahead of them, the 2 bright, the orange and the purple cars. So a battle for the lead, but it's not really a battle because it looks like they're potentially kind of settling. 0.350 is the gap between our 2 leaders up in second and first and second. Because they can just kind of have an unspoken agreement between them. We're just gonna just chill. Because if we don't battle, we don't break, and it's all fine. And we both bump up. If you ever watch karting racing, this is where the racers will tap the sides of their helmet with their fingers, saying think, think, think. Sending a message, basically. And motorcycle racers do it too, tapping the back of the seat, just saying, follow me, don't try to pass me, because it slows us both down. It doesn't always work. In fact, it almost never works. But wiser heads sometimes prevail. And that gap had gone from 0.3 to 0.7. Now it's 0.6. So it's now it's 0.4. So it's going up and down a little bit. But it looks like Daras isn't really in a position to massively challenge. Of course, we're nowhere near the first round of pit stops either. We're about 3 minutes away from pit stops. following Valente in the red and Mendonça in the white, and now it's getting a lot closer indeed. It was 0.4 of a second. What is it now? More like 0.2, 0.364. That's what 0.3 of a second looks like. Oh, and Mendonça gets it sideways. He's a bit further behind now. That's going to have cost him a couple tenths. Yeah, he's even further behind now. Let's see what that slide looked like. Just coming off of this about a lap and a half ago. We're still in the same position, don't worry. But that was a good save. Of course, as we get further on in proceedings, drivers are getting better and better skilled, better and better setups, faster and quicker mechanics. So he was 0.27 behind last time. Now it's potentially even closer, 0.171. Oh no, and Mendonça goes off. What happened? Let's see if we caught that. What happened there? Just drives straight onto the grass. So now that has gifted Valente a huge gap behind him. It went from 1.171 to 2.754. So let's catch up with our leaders. The next pair of cars in front of this red car here. These two there at the end of the track. So we have Senesi in the orange, and we'll wait to see if Mendonça is able to catch up. So these two cars are our first and second pairing. Let's go back to the orange car so we can talk about Senesi for a bit. Senesi in the orange car. One car forward, there we go. And Senesi here is our title sponsor. That's so Senesi Motorsport. Of course, massive thanks to Nathaniele, who's driving this car. He's designed the bits for it that are on it. He's he sells the bits. He's got a track. So yeah, fantastic stuff and a great effort from the young Italian. Yeah, if we just keep it wide, we're getting a little bit jerky. Oh, and okay, so Senesi has pitted. So let's stay with Senesi. Where's his pit man? Were they even ready? I hope so. It seems like there's no rush to pick up the car there. Usually it's a much faster pickup than that. So let's stay with Senesi and we'll keep an eye on Mendonça, who is quite a ways ahead. And I'm hoping that white car isn't the other car that the white car being retrieved isn't the other. Isn't Lopez? I hope it might be Zenchetin because Zenchetin hasn't come across. There's Doris in the 2 in the purple. So Doris says he's already just pitted as well. So it looks like Doris lost loads of time in the purple car. Doris has lost loads and loads of time to Senesi. Yeah, so Valente has moved up into the second spot. So Doris here is in third. Next car behind is Mauro, who is 3-4 seconds behind. So let's stay with Doris, because he might be able to make up some time to Valente, who's in second place. Actually, we've got a battle for the lead just at the end of the main straight. There we go. That is Valente, 0.2 of a second behind Senesi. So, rightly or wrongly, he's challenging Senesi for the lead. And I say rightly or wrongly because trying to pass for the lead in the semifinal when you're both probably guaranteed a bump-up spot. May not be the wisest thing, and he's going for it. He's going for it. He took the lead. Let's see what that looks like. Coming off of the that keyhole section into the hairpin. Senesi went wide, or did he give it to him? And Valente still holding the lead. Yeah. And he's pulling away. It's a 0.8 now. So Senesi in second, 0.8 behind. So maybe Senesi decided, or his mechanics convinced him, or something came about to say, okay, I'll just let Valente pass because I'm still in a bump up position, and I can get into the main final. Remember, he won the main final at Giordani Naxos a couple of years ago, and he was absolutely not in contention for the win until the very, very end of the race. As luck would have it, that was the first year that he sponsored he was title sponsor for the GT8 GTE Euros. So fantastic result for him, and a great promotion for the Senesi Motorsport brand. So here is in the purpley pink car is Doris. Some 11 seconds behind Doris is Mauro, so there's absolutely no challenge. In fact, he's about a half a lap ahead of Mauro. Mauro, who's just been taken over for fourth place by Dell'Aquila, who was our winner from the GT8 quarterfinal. So we're following, this is Doris. Oh no, sorry, this is Valente. Thompson Chong in the live chat, thank you very much. Thomas Mendonca is running a Hong Nor, so that's good info. He needs to put his foot down if he's going to be getting into the final bump-up spot, though. He's a couple of positions behind where he really wants to be. And so Valente, Doris in the bright pink here, coming up on some lap traffic. Quite sure who that is. I think Nick and Lopez have kind of hit the wall, either with their machinery or just maybe getting tired from being on the rostrum for so long. They are getting an extra 40 minutes of racing, though, which is, to be fair, that's pretty cool. Not often you're going to get an extra 40 minute of racing for bumping up a couple times. A great result from both of them, no matter where they finish in this one. They're both in the semi-final at the European Championships. Nick also doing really well. He's a junior racer. He's doing really well in the GTE category also. Let me see. He's actually got where is he? He's got a fifth and a first in the B finals. One more win, and he'll secure the win overall. So here's Senesi now in the lead, and Valente has pitted. That's why Senesi is in the lead. And there's Valente in the red and white. Nice Ferrari colors, at least. Although I'd probably use a black wing myself. But The white wing lets you helps you see the position of the car, the body position of the car in the corners, though, so that does help. Senesi there in the orange, back into second position, 2.1 seconds behind Valente. Doris in the bright pink is a further 2.5 seconds behind. You just saw him flash back there. Senesi going down the straight. So there is Doris in the bright pink and black wing. Looking a bit like a Greiner sort of paint scheme. Greiner or Thurston. Five minutes remaining. So that was their second round of pit stops. Pretty secure in what they're doing. We did see a splash and dash in the last of the quarterfinals. But I think that was purely because that driver was about 10 seconds ahead of the car behind for position. 4.5 minutes remaining now. So this one not quite as exciting as some of the bigger races, some of the earlier races, but I'm sure the semifinal A's will more than make up for it. So Valente getting past Doris there. What happened to Doris? Just looking down to check some notes. Doris falling to, or Valente falling to third. Oh, did he just do what I had described and pit it in? So the red and white car there of Valente, and then the pink car of Doris, and just ahead of them, there's first, second, third all on screen. Orange car of Senesi. 2.5 minutes remaining out. Oh, I thought the action had kind of come to a pause there, but either Valente made a big mistake, or he went into pits. So, top three pretty settled. No one making any challenges. I mean, the last lap, we may see something. I mean, look how close they are. Senesi is actually almost just about holding him up. Doris is looking pretty eager to get past. If they touch and someone... Oh, and there goes Senesi. There goes Senesi. He's back on his feet. They're back on his wheels. But here's what happened. He got the inside of the berm. He was trying to just cut the line too much. And that is almost the furthest point of the track from where everybody is. So there we go. We can see 1 lap later. He's now running third, but he's 28 seconds ahead of 4th place. So he's absolutely fine. He's going to be getting into the main final. This is the last lap, second to last lap for everybody. This lap that they're about to finish, and one more. So here's our leader of Valente, Leonardo Valente from Italy. And number 8 is just gone over in front of us. Doesn't matter. It's still Aquila. Unfortunately, Mendonça in the Hongnor has just gotten past them, though, because of that. But it doesn't matter. Neither of where they finish, and neither of them are bumping up. So it really, honestly, doesn't matter. And that is the win for Valente. And Doris Senesi just coming across as well, and that orange blur going across. But, yeah, there we go. That is the GT8 semifinal B with Valente, Doris, and Senesi. Which is almost, well, it's a reverse of the top 3 positions that they started with. And a good run for Nick and Lopez, bumping up and bumping up again into the Del Aquila. Actually had the best of the bump up spots until just the very end. Got pipped for 4th. But he wasn't going to be bumping up anyway. He didn't crash out of a bump up position, but Mendonça making it difficult for him. So we're going to have another little warm up session here, and we'll just go. Just need to look at something really quick, and yeah. So we hope you enjoyed that race. It wasn't a huge one, but maybe it'll make up for maybe the semifinal A will make up for things. Okay, so we've just tried doing some little swapping around of things, and hopefully that improves the picture. So we'll see. So that's the 30-minute warning for the drivers, and apologies for not calling out their names, but as you can see them there, Kilich, Pelosi, Connolly, Campos, D'Angelo, Barriona, Giacchetti, Izay, Sutric, and Fernandez. And they're coming out onto the starting grid now. You see there's Mr. Pineda walking down the grid. Missing car number 5 at the minute. She'll get out there. And there's our bump up racers. You see the headsets that they've got. We are missing car 5 of D'Angelo somewhere. And let's go wide to the front. Time is astounded, and they're off and away. So again, interested in the top 3 bump-up spots, primarily the battle for third, which is already getting pretty, well, the battle for second getting pretty hot, with Pelosi and Connolly and Campos. Kilich in the white. There's Izay moving up from 8th on the grid to 5th at the minute, and he's certainly going to move forward even more. Is he 5th or is he 4th? 4th. Campos has fallen off the track somewhere. So let's stay with Izay because he's a very fast mover indeed. This blue car chasing down the battle for second. And the leader is already on lap traffic, I think. Looks like it. So Pelosi in the bright pink. The white car is Connolly from Ireland. Izay from Hungary / Austria / Slovenia or Slovakia. These are our lead 4 cars right there on track, coming around the keyhole section. Is getting a little bit slidey there. So, yep, battle for second, turning into a 3-way fight. So the pink car, the white and red car, the blue car, that's our battle for second. The car, white car just ahead of them, I believe, is our leader of Kilich. Yeah, it's white car is our leader. I keep missing who is the lap car, but this battle for second, and actually, it's very soon going to become a battle for third. Izay knows what to do when it comes to I think Izzy just got collected by the back marker, so that's why it's now he's missing. So let's go to Izzy, the blue car, because he's going to be making up some time now. Connolly and Pelosi still sticking together. Connolly not able to get his nose ahead yet. I was saying earlier, before they came upon that lapped car of whoever it was, Izzy's a smart racer. He knows what to do. He knows when to be super defensive. He knows when to be super aggressive. And he knows when he needs to just put his head down and time trial out some fast laps, as many as possible, obviously. Shouldn't have any worry with the tires. And they're about 3 minutes away from needing to go into the pits. Just keep it zoomed out there, please. Not all the way, but just, yeah, not that tight. So Izzy in the car 8, remember, he bumped up from the quarterfinal. This is the semifinal. So it looks like the challenge from Connolly to Pelosi has backed off a little bit. And it looks like Izzy's getting closer to Connolly. So our battle for third starting to get pretty warm. Riding those curbs really well, at least in the faster sections, but not coming off of them in the slower sections. He's not going to have the grip. Okay. Follow the battle for third. That's white and red car and the blue car here. This is Clive Connolly from Ireland in the leading car. And then with Adam Izzy getting closer and closer generally with every lap as that he does. 0.34 behind last time round, 0.38 this time round. So he's just holding on to things, and maybe he's gonna about a minute away from pit stops. So it's about this lap and 2 more. Oh, Pelosi's made a little mistake. So now Pelosi and Izzy, the pink car, and what's happened? Who's this pink car then? Has he slowed down because he's needing fuel? No. That's very weird. If that, maybe that wasn't Pelosi then. But Connolly now in second in the. There we go. This is our second and third place cars. But that was Pelosi. I'm sure of it. I'll have to look at the numbers that go by. And they both come into the pit. So let's follow them in and follow them out. Two pink cars. Okay, that makes it confusing. And now there's a lap car between Connolly and Izzy. So they came in pretty much at exactly the 13-minute mark. That's D'Angelo now in third, actually. He's come from nowhere. He wasn't even on our radar. And look at how aggressive he is on Connolly now. The Irish racer trying to hold off the Italian and the Hungarian. Oh, the power coming down this main straight. Pretty cool to see that. Not often you see that in nitro racing. And these four, this isn't even Kilic isn't even in this, in the picture here. He's way, way ahead. Unless I'm completely mixed up, and that is Kilic among them. Nope, Kilic is in an all-white car who just crossed the finish line, so he's miles ahead. So this is DeAngelis, Connolly, and Izai, and Fernandez in the bright pink car, who is also another one of our bump-up racers, along with Izai. So this right here still is our battle for third, but now Izai's got pressure from behind. That pressure slowly falling away, though, as Fernandez not able to keep up with the pace of Connolly and Izai. He's not quite close enough to really put an out-braking maneuver on him. He's getting closer now, though. He's a lot closer now. Meanwhile, D'Angelo has shot off like a rocket. 1.8 seconds ahead of both of these drivers. Izai maintaining that 0.3 second gap. This is what 0.3 seconds looks like on track. Oh, and taking a super tight line there, but it didn't really help. 0.2 across the line that time, but with more drive out of the corner, Connolly was able to clearly keep the gap. Across some more lap traffic. That's not Fernandez. Fernandez is 2 cars behind now. One of the drivers checking their hands. It's not going to help you go faster, I think, but probably in the pits. Down the pit straight. Into the infield. Connolly resisting the pressure from Izai really, really well. You can just see plenty of townspeople in the pits. Or sorry, in the rows of seating down there at the end of the track, where the closest to the entrance. Izai trying to put the pressure on. That's as close as he's gotten there. Just a couple of car lengths. Oh, and there he goes. That was the pass. That was the pass for third. Let's see that once again. I don't think it was any major mistake from Connolly there. Well, maybe he did, because maybe his tires maybe spun up a little bit on the smoother paint of the curbing, and then once they caught on the tarmac, just started giving it a little bit of a slide. And Izai was able to get by on the outside of that turn. Meanwhile, Izai doing 22.2 second laps that time around. D'Angelo doing a 22.2. Barak Kilic doing a 22.1. And that has helped him build up a 5.8 second gap back to Alex D'Angelo, who has just started to drop down the order. He must have just pitted. That's a risky pit stop, if it is. That's a very risky pit stop. Car 7 is coming off of the track. It's Giacchetti missing a wheel. So stay with the blue car of Izai, who's now in the lead. Kilic must have just pitted. So I think that's another risky pit stop, because that's still more than 7 minutes. Okay, so now this is a risky pit stop because for Izai. Kilich and D'Angelo are back out. So is Connolly. If Adam here in the blue car is able to get all the way around to the pits, I'm hoping for his sake he's coming in. He's not coming in now. Did he? He didn't stop before. I don't think. Let's stay with the blue car. Stay with the blue car because he may run out of fuel. Kilich has stopped again. He's fallen well out of the lead now. We don't know what's happened with Kilich. And here's Izai. Here's Izai. He's had a very long stint, and now he's very safe with a full tank of fuel. He's very safe for a 7 3/4 minute run. So he's dropped down to second with D'Angelo taking the lead. Connolly back to third. Kilich, though, absolutely missed what happened to Kilich. He's just crossed. The computer timing is still waiting for him. He had a very long lap time, and he must have flamed out on the track after pitting. That's my only guess. So that is a massive, massive shame. He's not going to make it into the main final. He did qualify on pole for the semifinal, which means he was, after qualifying, he was the 5th or 6th fastest racer overall. I think the 5th fastest racer overall after qualifying, which is a fantastic result for an off-road racer who only literally does GT8 racing just a handful of times a year. Here's our leader with 5 minutes remaining of Alex D'Angelo, who seemingly came out of nowhere. It's just that I wasn't paying attention to him enough. He crashed out early on in the race and, well, not out, but he got involved with some mishaps on the track and moved his way from 5th to 4th and now into the lead. Adam Izai, meanwhile, has been having a great run as well, and he is now missing. Adam Izai is missing. So let's stay with our leader. I mean, Izai is not out on track, and neither is Kilich. I think Kilich is probably pulled off, and it's all kicking off now. So the number 1 and 2 cars, starting 1st and 2nd, running 9th and 8th, respectively. Adam Izai, bump up hero, at least for a little bit, is nowhere. D'Angelo's coming in for a very late stop. So, yeah, he came in with 7.5 minutes to go. And now that's just a very quick splash and dash just to make sure he makes it to the end. Remember, all of the top 3 drivers do get their fuel tanks checked after the race is finished. That's why there's usually a 30 or 45-minute wait between the finish of the races and the prize ceremonies. Gives time for the officials to do all the checks and also for Gary Sayat, any protests. But Kilich, yeah, he hasn't crossed the line since he's pulled off, and neither has Adam Izai. So massive shame for both of them. Izai still has a chance to do well in the, I think he has a chance for podium in the GTE category. But D'Angelo in this gray car here, you can just barely make out. I don't know why he would choose gray or grigia in Italian. Something I can use finally. Connolly. Sutrick is the one of the yellow cars, the number 9 yellow car. He's got 20 seconds behind him. There's no chance, well, very, very little chance at this point that anything is going to happen to Tobias Sutrick. He is very likely going to be popping up into the main final of 45 minutes, and that will be kicking off at 3:15 p.m. today. As long as we're on schedule. Might be a little bit of a delay there. It usually is for the very last race of the day. So this is Tobias Sutrick, who we haven't really shown on track all that much. He's actually another one of our bump-up racers. The other one is Fernandez, who's the next car behind him, but 21 seconds behind. So not a challenge for... And actually, I think it's the car just ahead of him, but he's about to put a lap on. So the laps being about 22 to 23 seconds. And Sutrick himself is about to be lapped by D'Angelo. So less than a minute remaining. Let's stay with D'Angelo to the end. The Italian racer running for Capricorn now. One of the bigger names for Capricorn in GT8. Coming down the main straight. Into the first hard turn, this little keyhole section. And then the big hairpin. Down the pit straight and into the infield. And here's the little hairpin. And the kink. He's on his second to last lap. There's the S's. There's the finish line. And the sweeper leading on to the straight. That has proven to be a little bit tricky for some racers. And this sweeper there as well. So... Barriona and Fernandez have already finished. Fernandez has fallen well down the order. He was running 4th or 5th. And here's D'Angelo to come across to take the win for the GT8 semifinal A. Okay, so we hope you enjoyed that. This is plenty of drama. And there's the official finishing order at the minute. So Giachetti coming off the track, missing a wheel, and then getting repaired and doing just enough to pass Burak Kilic, who had started on pole, but we don't know what happened. Okay, so now the great thing is everyone who just didn't bump up into the main final now has, well, in an hour and 10 minutes time, they have a last chance final. 14 drivers will be racing to try to win the last chance final. And we're just going to put a note up on screen. And just triple check that the time is correct. So we're looking at looking for the last chance final 2 p.m. So 1400, and that will be a 15-minute wild dash for not for cash, but for the last spot on the podium, on the grid for the main final. And there we go. So we'll be back just before 2 p.m. UK or Portugal time, and that is 1500 Central European time. So we'll be back very, very soon. Thank you. Are we getting lunch again today? So welcome back, everybody. We hope you've had as filling a lunch break as we've had here. So thank you, everybody who has joined us in the live chat. So we've got the last chance final coming up. So what this is if you haven't watched Nitro Racing in some time, this is basically, literally, the last chance that these drivers have to get into the main final. I'm seeing at least one notable name is missing. So I need to see, while these guys are warming up, we need to have a look and see who is actually doing what here. So finals, that's for electric. Final for last chance. So let's see. So the driver I'm looking for is Burak Kilic, who is not shown. For whatever reason. Isn't showing on the list here. I thought for sure he'd be on... Is it only go down to 12 or I thought it might go down to 14, but he stopped very early on, so maybe it only goes down to 12 according to the rules. Okay, now they're being told to stop the engines. I'm not quite sure what's happening. I think because they're looking for marshals for various drivers. So Giachetti is in there, and he finished 9th in the semifinal A. Burak Kilic finished 10th in the semifinal A, and he's not on that list. Tarragoni. Okay, maybe it's only top 9. Doris is not on there either. So maybe it's only the top. Well, okay. Well, that's really unfortunate for Kilic because he was looking so strong. So the top 3, if we're looking at the results for the 1/8, the semifinal A and B, we've got the top 3 drivers who finished in those races have bumped up into the main final. It's very easy. So that's 6 drivers from both sides. There's 3 drivers. It's 6 drivers total from the semifinals. So now, in addition to the drivers who have, and there's Burak, very much confirming that he's not racing because he's marshalling. I suppose they need something to do during the last chance final because I didn't realize that was part of it. Was that so? What I'm getting at is that out of the 10 racers that finished or that raced in the semifinal A and B, the top 3 are going into the main final. Great, and then finishing positions 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 6 drivers from each of the semifinals are now in the last chance final, as you can see here. And they're ranked in order of the overall speed that they did. So there's drivers from B, and then there's a couple from A, and then there's 1 and 2 from B, and so on. But they're ranked in the order of the number of laps and the times that they did. So unfortunately for Daras from the semifinal B and Kilic from the semifinal A, they both finished 10th. And I suppose it's in the rules that they are not in the last chance qualifier. I was even asking Burak what happened. He didn't really have any sort of explanation. And I said, well, you've got the last chance at least. And apparently he doesn't. So that's really unfortunate and sad to see. But we'll see what happens. I'll see maybe if I can talk to him. So the engines have been fired up again. They haven't gone ice cold or anything. So at this period of the weekend, usually there's some delays, and it's not all that super. There's no rush to really to make up the time. He is still racing in the GT8 final, though, and he'll be starting on pole effectively because he's starting from second. He was top seed in that one, but Alessio Mazzeo eventually did set the fastest times in qualifying on pole 3 times, and basically taking the pole. Didn't even have to run in the final run of qualifying yesterday, and he won the first round, the first A1 final. And in the A2, well, I'll let you watch it. Don't want to give it away, but he did pretty good. So we've got Mauro Pietro, 40-plus racer. We've got Giacomo Dell'Aquila, or is it Pietro Mauro? Giacomo Dell'Aquila, Alex Ancettine, the Machete. Another 40-plus racer of Leandro Campos. And then Nick, he's going to be our top-rated junior racer, basically. 40-plus racer of Hal Barreona, Carly Lopez Damian, Raul Fernandez Guisado in that familiar bright pink with black wing. There's also a bright pink with clear wing out there, and there's at least going to be 1 or 2 minty green, Tiffany green sort of colors out there. So not going to be confusing at all. Gabriele Pailosci, he's the other pink car, I believe. Adam Izai, at least his color is unique. Mark Giacchetti, and another final wrapping things up with our 12th driver, Adriano Tarragoni, another 40-plus racer. So everyone is checked in. That's what those yellow, the yellow backgrounds on the numbers mean. So let me know in the live chat. Tell us who you are cheering on. We've got Tiago Cordeiro saying, let's go Team Portugal. I believe there's 1 or 2 Portuguese racers in. Just the one. Hal Barreona. Obviously several Italians. Actually, half the field is made up of Italians. The main final so far, let's see if I can't bring up the names just yet. Let me see. Main final so far is Alessio Mazzeo on TQ, on pole. Andrea Catanzani looking very quick with that Serpent. B.A. Arnaldi from France. Very quick again. Filippo Beretta, our defending European champion. And I should mention that Alessio is our current world champion and former European champion. B.A. Arnaldi is a former 2-time European champion in this category. And then you have the current European champion of Beretta. And Catanzani would have won it if not for a technical disqualification last year after the final and after he celebrated winning. So it's absolute heartbreak for the young Italian. but that's four very, very, very strong names who are leading things off in the 45-minute main final. The next group of racers are the ones who qualified up from the semifinals. We have Alex D'Angelo from Italy, Leonardo Valente from Italy, Nathaniele Senesi, our title sponsor, from Italy. We also have our second fastest 40-plus racer, Clive Connolly from Ireland. Then we have Tobias Sutrip from Austria. Top junior racers, Tomas Mendonça. And our 11th racer is going to be the winner of the Last Chance final, which is going to be starting in just a couple minutes. So we've got about 45 seconds, which means it's about 15 seconds before the racers are called into the pits. So there's the racers. Of course, I don't know this gentleman's name, but if we go down to the pits, it's not D'Angelo. If we point down to the pits, now we can see Sanchetin there. So here's the drivers. They're not allowed. The mechanics are only allowed to take a fuel bottle to the starting grid, which is right here. Car 3 is possibly missing. So there's Mauro. So in this one, we're literally only concerned about the battle for the lead. We don't care about bump ups anymore. Literally just a battle for the lead. There's Campos. Sanchetin is that white car, the number 5 of Nick. Looking very strong. Barriona, Lopez, Fernandez, Pelosi, Izze, Giacchetti, and Tarragoni. Lights out, and away we go. Mauro in that bright yellow. Ooh, that orangey brown car of Dell'Aquila. Looking very strong there, going for the early pass. Let's keep it a little bit wider. There we go. Coming around the big hairpin. Going into the infield. Oh, and Dell'Aquila makes a mistake, but so does Mauro. Not as big a mistake as Dell'Aquila, though. And here is the battle for the lead coming down the main straight and into the first turn for the second time. So Dell'Aquila getting a lot closer this time around. As we have just seen, he is brave on the brakes. Not that there's a huge amount of braking on this track. This track is a little bit big for GT8 racing, but it is providing us some great action still. The battle for third rages a couple seconds behind these two, but this is our battle for the lead. Remember, only the... Oh, and Mauro spins out. Let's see what that looked like. Oh, he got squirrely off of the curbing and then into the dirty stuff on the edge of the track and then into the AstroTurf. So this is Dell'Aquila. And we've got, I'm not sure who that is. I think that's Izze in third. So let's keep first, second, third in screen if we can. Doesn't matter if we're very, very wide. It's fine. So this is Campos in second. So we have Dell'Aquila, Campos, and Izze. I know it looks like Izze, but it's actually Izze. That's how he pronounces it, so that's what I'm going with. Campos going for it on Dell'Aquila. Down the straight. Izze, he knows. Oh, and there we go with a fantastic pass. And, getting all mixed up. So now it is Dell'Aquila down to third. Let's see that again very quickly. Running on the inside. And don't worry, they're still in the same order they came out of this situation with. And nightmare for Dell'Aquila. But here is Izze chasing Campos now. Remember, it's a 15-minute race, so they're going to come in probably around the 7 to 7.5 minute mark. It depends how fast they are going. The ones who are trying to really push might have to come in for a full pit stop plus a splash and dash towards the end with 2 or 3 minutes left to go on the clock. We've got 12 minutes remaining. And with 15-minute race, that means 7 minutes. 7-minute runs. We're going to start seeing racers come in at around the 8-minute mark. If they time it perfectly, they'll come in at about 7:55 or so. That way they can be released after the 7-minute pit window opens. You're not allowed to come in before then, or not allowed to be released from the pits before the 7 minutes elapsed mark has happened. Got drivers falling by the wayside left and right, but these two are the ones that we are looking at. We're hoping that De L'Aquila can make it a challenge, but he's falling behind. He's now 3.5 seconds behind Izai. Izai just a half a second behind Campos. Comes up closer on the corners. Crossing the finish line once again, Izai with a much tighter line. Now we've seen Izai do really good defensive driving in electric and nitro. And we've seen him hold a watching brief, as some would say, just to see what happens. And he really, the mix-up with De L'Aquila getting sideways, and then he tapped him. He's really benefited, so he can watch and see where Campos is faster. Izai basically just holding a half a second gap. So, as some would say, a high-speed game of chess. Campos and Izai on pace to do 41 lap runs in this 15-minute race. 9.5 minutes remaining. That means, and he's going for it, but not quite there. He nearly had it. So Campos a little bit loose coming off of that infield hairpin, and Adam Izai looking to take advantage. Not quite able to pull it off, though. Campos holding Izai off. Izai, a 3-time European champion in various categories, but not yet in Nitro or IC racing. 9 minutes remaining, just under 9 minutes remaining. That means in about 2 or 3 laps' time, we're going to start seeing pit stops. So whoever stops first out of this pair will follow them into the pits. They might come in on the same lap. That's when it gets really interesting, because then we can see the mechanics literally race head-to-head. 8.5 minutes remaining now. Are they going to come in? Nope, neither of them, but that is a pass for the lead. And we'll see how that happened. Maybe Campos gave it to him. I don't know. There's still, I think he was a bit just hesitant coming off of that curbing. But, he's run out of fuel. Campos has run out of fuel. Nightmare. Nightmare for the racer who was leading. Izai comes in for a pit, and let's follow him out. But he's flamed out. He's flamed out as well. What a nightmare. So this is how the drama happens. De L'Aquila takes over the lead once again. So there's Izai. He's back out, fully fueled. And let's hope he doesn't have one of these delayed flameouts, because that would really put the jumper on proceedings for him. So he's still going a lap later. He's okay, but he's in second, and he has 12 seconds to make up to Del Aquila, who has just crossed the finish line. So it's actually a 2.9 second lead for Del Aquila. Oh, and it's threading the needle there. A couple of crash cars, but let's move forward to the orangey. There he is. There's Del Aquila going past the kink. So let's see what the time gap is now. It was 2.9 seconds. Now it's 2.3 seconds. So this is down to Izai and Del Aquila once again. Remember, only the winner of this last chance qualifier. It's more of a race than a qualifier, but the last chance race, only the winner moves up into the 11th position on the starting grid for the main final of 45 minutes. And there is Izai already, and that was a crash with second place. Let's drop back to that battle because that is a battle for second place. Drop back to Izai. There we go. This is our battle for second place. So close. Those two coming together. Let's see what it looked like just off of. And I think something just happened as I went into the replay. These two coming together and then coming together again. Not sure where they're at, but whatever happened, it was off camera that we didn't catch it. Apologies for that, but Del Aquila with the lead. Let's drop back to the battle for second. Stay there, battle for second. There we are. So something happened at the end of... and I think he was penalized because that looked like a very easy pass. I think that was a referee decision to give the space back. Either that or he's just running very, very slow. What has happened to Palashi? He is running very slow. He's just been passed again, I think. Although those two pink cars are very, very basically identical looking. So we have the 10 and the 9 in second and third. And Palashi has pulled off. He's pulled off. He's going very, very slow indeed. So now it's Tarragoni in the car 12. Let's follow Del Aquila, this orangey brown car, for a couple laps while we kind of reset things and find out what has happened with Palashi and see where Tarragoni is. Tarragoni is the white car that's just going down the straight. He's being chased, I think, by Palashi. No, it's Fernandez. So Fernandez, Palashi. Too many pink cars out there. And meanwhile, we have got the battle has come back to Del Aquila because he has got Adam Izai all over the back of him now. With 4 minutes remaining, Del Aquila might be running to a specific lap time to ensure that he doesn't need to pit again. So this could be the strategy that... Oh, and he just went into the grass, so there goes his traction coming into this corner. And Izai taking it, and Del Aquila trying to go for it. Let's see what happened there. Goes on the inside. Del Aquila trying to do it over the berms, but not working 2 corners in a row. Meanwhile, Izai running fast is his strategy to put a 5-second gap between himself and Izai, himself and Del Aquila, so he can do a splash and dash. And is Del Aquila's strategy to drive slow enough that he doesn't need to pit again. This is the fascinating part about IC racing, folks. There's Izai going down the straight. He's full throttle, whereas Del Aquila doesn't seem like he is. But who is this coming up on him? That white car, is that Tarragoni? Let's stay with Izai. Now the white car is pitted, so it doesn't matter now. Too many single color paint schemes, but at least Izai here has a unique blue to his car. Dell'Aquila 2 seconds behind last time. And Izai is just pitted. I think Izai is just pitted. Has he? Yes, there he goes. Splash and dash. So he did have a 2-second lead to Dell'Aquila, but Dell'Aquila takes over the lead now. Let's focus on the blue car. Izai now 4.3 seconds behind. So is he going to be able to make that time up? He's going to have to make, he's going to only have, minute 45. He's only going to have maybe 4 laps to do it. He's just made up 0.7 of a second. He's not going to have enough time, even with perfect laps and a clear run with no lap traffic. Izai is not going to have enough time unless Dell'Aquila comes in for a pit. So let's go to Dell'Aquila, 1 car forward in the orangey brown car just there, because if he comes in for a pit, he's lost the lead. Meanwhile, Izai down to a 2.6 second gap. Now it's a 1.7 second gap. And with maybe 2-3 laps to go, he's not got it. He doesn't have enough unless Dell'Aquila relents. And comes in for a pit. He's not going very fast. His mechanics need to be telling him to just keep your pace. Keep your pace. Palashi now in second. We've missed the changeover, but it's fine. We are with the leader this lap and 1 more. And Dell'Aquila is going into the main final, into the 11th spot. You see his number goes to a green background. He's on his last lap. So is Palashi. Palashi now to a 1.2 second gap. Izai not able to make up the time on Dell'Aquila. This has been a crazy race, as we have been saying all this time. And is that a pass for? That's Palashi. That's Palashi. The pink car has won it on the last lap. Wow. We didn't even clock him out there. And he came up and won it on the very last lap with 2 corners to go. Barack! What a race. Wow. Spent too much time looking for Izai that we missed Palashi and Tarragoni. But, wow, that was... Whew. It all came together on that very last lap, didn't it? That was crazy. Palashi, Gabriele Palashi from Italy, going into the main final, into the 11th spot. Whew. So, let us know what you thought of that. So while we catch our breath, let's look and see what is next, just so that we can let you know. In about 5 minutes' time, we have got the last runs of the GTE category. There's 3 finals to do. There's final C3, the B3, and the A3. And I don't want to give anything away, so in the meantime, just go to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and very, very quickly watch the two 7-minute races that have happened so far, because otherwise I don't want to spoil anything for you. So just see if I can send a very rapid message to a certain driver. And we'll see if he's able to respond. I'm sure he's able to, but it's if he picks up his phone and if he wants to reply. Right. Okay, so the GTE race is coming up next. Now, they haven't been out on track since earlier today, and the time before that was the very last race of the day yesterday. So, yeah, very, very busy. In fact, I'm just going to take a very quick break and see if I can go talk to one driver in particular. So we'll just go off comms just for a bit. There's a little bit of a break, a couple minutes anyway. Okay, I think we have something, a nice little surprise lined up. Let me just grab something. All right. So we've got the GTE races about to start. Which are going to be pretty interesting, I think. Hopefully everyone has had time to watch the A1 and A2 races, which are on RC Racing TV as separate videos. So I know we've got plenty of drivers coming to us, or plenty of viewers, I should say, coming to us from all over the world. From Brazil, we've had loads of people from Brazil. We have a couple from America, a couple from Australia. Many, of course, coming to us from Portugal and Europe. A handful from the UK. GT8 still a growing category. And Mario FRC saying that was a great race. I agree. I mean, I regret not spotting that Pelosi was the one who was coming up on Delangelo, but it seemed to me like he was running to a certain pace. And, yeah. And yeah, it was a pretty good run, to be honest. Bit of a I don't know if it's an oversight or just an oversight in the rules, or just a unfortunate thing, or I don't know about why the 10th place racers in the semifinals weren't in there. Juanma from says, hello from the Dominican Republic. Is that why? Are you watching because we have a driver here from the Dominican Republic, I believe. Carly Lopez Damian, nationality, Dominican Republic. But we also have an American here. Well, he lives in America, but he's Italian. Yeah, so that another interesting one. And while we're on it, we also have Didion Ho from Taiwan here, and Sultan Dong from China, who is, I mean, basically our main hobby wing representative that we see at races all over, really. So sorry for any sort of weird noises, but I'm just putting in something in my ears. Just making sure we're hydrated enough and plugged in to various things. Marius Martin saying, go Mendonça, go, go, go. Yeah, I saw young Mendonça in in the lunch line, the lunch queue, during our little break that we had a few minutes ago. And yeah, I didn't realize he was, I knew he was a junior racer, but I didn't know he was that junior. He's quite young lad. And Martina Nikic saying, all in for Z Zadro, number 6. We'll follow Zadro as much as we can, but in these finals, of course, we are really, we can only really show the leaders. Gabriel Del Toro says, cheering for Carly. And Marissa saying, once again, Portugal, if that's how you say it properly. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your language. But Tomas Mendonça. And Spencer saying, go Zadro. Okay, 1 minute to go, so it means they're going to be, cars have been sent out. As you can see, the crowd's starting to appear a bit thicker in the pits and around the track. Not in the seating that you can see just there on the main straight, but to the left, to the far end of the track where our moving camera is. There's a lot of racers there, or a lot of viewers. So we're going to go to our moving camera. There's our grid. Dan Jones in that second car aiming straight at the corner. Dan with a 1 and a 6. Senkar in third position, also in a yellow car with a 1 and a 2. Our leader or poleman with a 4 and a 7. So he's going to have to win it and hope the others crash themselves out. And there they go, off and away, and a slide, and Dan Jones right into the lead. What a fantastic start for him. Terrible start for Le Collier. And I think that was Lou getting upside down before crossing the finish line. So here we go, Dan Jones. He is in it to win it. Another win, and he has won the C final. So it's absolutely not where he wanted to end up. It was a little bit wide there, but Senkar, very close to Le Collier. Dan a little bit squirrely coming onto the main straight. So Le Collier worried about Senkar, but he's pulled away from him a little bit. Dan going a little bit wide on these. You really don't want to be more than a car's width away from the white lines on the inside of the apexes. And it goes up on the curb, so that's going to slow him down a little bit. So now Le Collier again falling back into the grips of Senkar. Ooh, very wide line there from Dan. And Senkar has gotten past Le Collier. So is that going to put Senkar on the back of Dan Jones in just a few laps time? So 1.5 minutes down. So Senkar has a win and a second place. Dan has a win and a 6th place. To absolutely tighten this up and win it for sure with no questions asked, he's going to have to win this race and hold off Senkar for the next 5 minutes and 8 seconds. So it's Senkar is actually dropping back a bit from Dan. So 1.3 seconds back to Senkar, and Lecorlier further 1 second behind. But now Lecorlier has found his speed and is, let's drop back to the battle for second. The battle for second. And which is just as we they've already it's evaporated, that battle. But let's follow Senkar, because we have a few people cheering for Senkar. That second, the other yellow car. Second place Senkar, there we are. So we have a lot of people cheering for Tomas Mendonça, but he's not in this race. In fact, he's not in the next race either. But maybe they're watching the race on a time delay, which is very easy to do. And chuck it into the live chat. So Senkar here, 2.2 seconds behind Dan Jones from the UK. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Not sure what car Senkar is using. So if you know the chassis that young Mark is running from Slovenia, do let me know in the live chat. .9 seconds now, so he's made up a little bit of time. Dan, not as super consistent as some of the top drivers, but fast enough to keep everyone behind him so far. Let's see what the gap is now. Was 1.9, now is 1.8, so a tenth of a second. It's not quite fast enough to do it. So Gerd Pfeiffer now has taken over third spot from Lecorlier, who has pulled off the tracks a few laps ago. I think Senkar he is actually closing the gap now, 1.5 seconds. You can see is visibly closer, these two yellow cars. If they come into a crash, they're going to really regret having the same exact body color and even down to a clear wing. They look absolutely identical. Senkar's made a bit of a mistake. He went wide and onto the AstroTurf, so his tires are dirty for at least the next half a lap or so. 2 minutes remaining. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. 1.3 second the gap last time around, and this time is 1.7, so he lost almost a half a second to Dan. Young Mark trying to put Dan under some pressure now. But Dan, let's go to the forward one car to Dan Jones, because he's coming up on some lap traffic now. I think this is Zadro. So Zadro fans, here's your chance. Cheer him on and hopefully not get anybody, these leaders, wrapped up in any sort of... Whoa, and he nearly collided with Jones. That's exactly what Jones didn't need, and then made it a very easy pass for Senkar. So the gap goes from 1.5 to probably 1.8. So there's our battle for the lead for the final minute. We're going to have 3 laps of this now. These two yellow cars. Senkar definitely faster on track. Just has a better warm weather setup than Dan maybe. 0.5 seconds. Oh, Dan clipping that berm a little bit too tight. And now it's down to about 0.3. Oh, and again too tight. Oh, now he's all over the back of him. You can see what these tiny mistakes. It's just like touring car racing. And a little bit slow to get on power there. Senkar able to square the corner and get on power faster and earlier. Now he's all over the back of him. There's 0.28 going around. This is the last lap. Is this the last lap, or is he going to make it? There's one more lap to go. Keep going, keep going. This is the final lap, and that's a pass for the lead. Oh, no. With the lap traffic upside down on the main straight. Let's follow the lead car. The lead car, he's still, this is, oh, no. This is, oh, my bad, my bad. That was actually the final lap. Whew. Okay. Whew, my bad there. That was actually the final lap, and that was pretty wild. Very good run there. But let's see that replay anyway, because, oops. This is after the finish. So Dan was already slowing because he had won. And there was a car in the middle of the track upside down. And there's the finishing order. But look how tight that was. 0.1 of a second. 0.17 of a second. So sorry to our Mark Senkar fans and sorry to Slovenia. But Dan Jones taking that one with a win. So that gives him the overall win for the C final. So he's able to redeem something out of the weekend with a win. Next up, we've got young Nick, who also has many, many fans. Bryce Turco, also a bunch of fans. The German racer, Tom Hake. Croatian racer, Dario Vaselli. Sultan Dong from China. As I said, he's the Hobby Wing representative. Sven Rodewald from Germany. Franco Desiderio from Italy and the U.S. Carlo Bench. Hal Barayona from Portugal, and Michael Cocker from Switzerland. So apologies for the mix-up there, but yeah, that was... I didn't realize that was the time. Usually, that's the only time I've seen the last lap green background of the numbers didn't update, because I think Dan played it very, very smart there by going literally just slow enough to make that the last lap. Because as it was, if he had been really pushing, he could have gone for one lap more, but he was able to hold Mark Senkar off and make it the last lap, basically. So 45 seconds before we are starting the B final number 3. So in this one, we've got young Nick with a win and a 5th place. We've got Dario Vaselli with a win and a 2nd place. Turco Bryce has a 2nd and a 3rd place. Tom Hake has a 4th and a 5th place, but he's starting 2nd. He had a really bad start to the last race, so he could finish 2nd, 3rd, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and really make things complicated. But that's what the computer's for. So let's go to our main camera. So there's Nick, Tom, and Dario, and Bryce. These are probably going to be the main protagonists for the race that we're about to watch. All 10 drivers have checked in. Horn sounds and they're off. Tom making a much better start this time and nearly getting the pass on Nick. That's Nick, Tom, Dario, and Bryce. So if Nick wins this, he's won the B final overall. If Dario wins this, he's won the B final overall. If Tom wins this, it gets complicated. If Bryce wins this, it gets complicated. And look at that battle for second, the battle for second. Very tight now. Dario, we've seen Dario's work. He is very aggressive. He's used to racing large-scale off-road and on-road. And so, I believe, is Tom Hake. There's a few drivers here in the electric category that are running that I usually see at large-scale events. And there goes Dario. What a great pass. See it once again. Coming off the straight, just basically just not braking. Taking a tighter line as well. And a good pass. So now Dario is working on catching up to Nick. Nick from Slovenia, Dario from Croatia. Dario in that great-looking body shell. Luckily, we don't have Martin Beyer here because they run very similar paint schemes. I think the only real difference is that Martin's paint scheme is more orangey than red. So is Nick and Dario at the minute running away with it. 1.2 seconds ahead of Tom. Ever closer, 0.3 last time across the line, and I would say just the tiniest bit closer now. So whoever wins between these two will be the overall winner of the B final. Remember, this is the third final of 3. Dario taking a little bit tight on the curbing. First time I saw Dario in action was actually at this track running large-scale touring car. This track is more sized for large-scale touring car. Turco and Sultan Dong get caught up with each other, and Sven, and wow, look how tight Dario is to Nick's back bumper. I really think, let's try and keep him in frame, and that's almost the pass. Almost any one of these corners could be a lunge for the lead. 0.034 that last time around. That's the smallest gap that we've seen so far. Dario backing off a bit. Ready to put another charge onto Nick. But Nick, the junior racer, ooh, as Dario gets sideways. Through the S's and around the finish line again. Dario up to 0.5 of a second now. Ooh, and Tom gets a sideways coming out of the little hairpin. So that's going to let things close up a bit by a tenth. Oh, and Tom goes wide. And that is the pass for the lead. Is Dario going to be able to pull away now? Nick is all over the back of Dario already, though. But now he's gone a little bit wide. Let's see that pass again. Just from one lap ago. Going into that very fast corner. And Nick just didn't have the steering. Not sure. But now he's closed up. 0.5 of a second last time around right here. And it's 0.3 now. So is Nick going to be able to apply the pressure? I think Dario can certainly hold on to it. I can't remember seeing Nick in action, but the young junior racer certainly being able to hold on to the pressure and just completely handle it like a pro. Arguably the biggest racer to come out of, the biggest RC racer to come out of Croatia is Dario. People around the world know his name and know his paint scheme. And being able to hold off a champion like Dario is no mean feat with 1:15 to go. Nick almost with a pass attempt there, and now just cutting these berms a little too close. Down the main straight again. Good drive from both of them. Ooh. Sultan now out of shape in the loose stuff, and now he's the next car to pass. There's actually 3 cars of lap traffic in this last 2 laps that they're going to have to deal with, and almost a pass attempt from Nick. And he's just going too fast into that last corner onto the straight, and he has to back off. So now there's a huge gap behind Dario. This could be it. This lap and one more, and he will have won the B final here at the GTE European Championships in Villarreal. Sultan needs to back off from Dario. The last seconds counting down. You see everyone's gone on green numbers, and those will go dark green as they come across to do their final lap. And there we go. Dario has won it. Fantastic race from both himself and Nick. I hope we see a lot more of young Nick. That was a fantastic race. Very, very good. Dario taking it with a win in the first round, a second in the second, and a win again in the third run. Sven Rodeval doing a lot better that time around, from 6th into 4th. His teammate Nick with a second, so he has a first, a second, and a 5th. So there's no need for countbacks or ties or anything like that. Dario has won it with 2 wins. So thank you Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. Especially if you've been watching all weekend long. We do appreciate you watching this GT8 and GTE racing from Villarreal in Portugal instead of the ETS, or maybe watching on delay. Whichever way, it's all good as long as you're watching. I'm pretty sure that's Nick right there. So next race up, we are not going to see a certain driver. I'll go ahead and do the spoiler because, I mean, you should have been watching the A1 and A2 already. They've been online all day. So 45 seconds to go. We're going to have Berek Kilic starting on the second spot because Alessio Mazzeo has already won it. So Natanelli Senesi leads things out. Natanelli didn't have a good run the second time out. Let's just see where... so Arnoldi finished second. No. That can't be right. I didn't write down the finishing orders of... there we go. Arnoldi finished third. It was a great race as well. Is a fourth. Senesi. Okay, let's go to our main camera. As you can see, the leading spot is open. Here we go. Countdown has started. Zenchetin not checked in. Horn sounds and away they go. A good gap for Kilic already in that dark purpley car. And this one is win it or bin it. This is the last race of the weekend for these electric racers. Of course, some of them are going to be in the main final. Let's get to the lead. So Kilic being chased, hounded by Izai. And we've seen how strong Izai can be on the defense and offense. But he is sandwiched between two Senesi laden Gmar Raptor cars. So Sutric making it a four-way battle. With that bright yellow. So in the dark bluey purple is Kilic. In the lighter blue is Izai. In the bright orange is Senesi. And then we have Sutric bringing up fourth spot from Austria with the S-Works. Battle for second looks a lot tighter. Now, in the first run yesterday, in the heat, it was quite a bit hotter than this yesterday, and as well also later in the day as well. So there's a lot more heat in the track, but of course setups are changed constantly for these drivers, depending on whether the track is cool, warm, or hot, or very, very hot. Kilic basically ran away with things, but his pal Mazzeo finished, I think, 9 seconds ahead of him. So, judging by that, and assuming no mistakes from anyone, Kilic is probably going to be able to pull away. But, of course, these other guys will have had their own little tweaks and changes. So now Sutric is catching up to Senesi, who's fallen away from Izai. That might give Izai the opportunity to cut some corners close and square off some corners for faster drive, etc. This battle for third is starting to get warmer. Sutric has fallen off the track, so that ends his challenge. And Izai just a little bit too tight. I think, was that the start of a grip roll? So that puts Senesi all over the back of Izai. Senesi is not going to be shy about getting ahead of Adam. Oh, nearly there. Kilic, meanwhile, more than 2 seconds ahead of this pair because, as we've seen before, we have seen Izai do amazing defensive driving on B.A. Arnoldi in the A2 race earlier today. Let's follow the battle for second. Although, because Izai is running so defensive, that has allowed Zenchetin to catch up in the X-Ray. So this battle for second is getting increasingly interesting. So Senesi now eager to get past Izai, because if Izai, basically, Izai is doing a Hamilton to Senesi. He's trying to keep Senesi behind him so that Senesi has to run defensive lines, and Senesi's able to get past. And we've got a replay saved on that one, so we'll see how it happened. But meanwhile, anything could still happen. Oh, my goodness. Let's see how that happened. And we'll keep an eye on how things... Yeah, that was... Woo, Zenchetin doing very well to not run into the back of Izai there. Still in the same order. So now it's orange, blue, and white. Anyone in the comments want to tell me what country flag that makes up? Feel free. And now Zenchetin is all over the back of Izai. Ooh. Oh, nearly. The machete. He nearly got the chop. So it's Kilic way out in front, 4.5 seconds almost. But we're watching this battle for second, which is absolutely thrilling. So Senesi, the lead car, but running second. This isn't the battle for first. This is the battle for second. And now Izai trying to apply some more pressure on the back of Senesi. Two different makes of cars here. Actually, 2 different makes of cars for the top 4. We've got Senesi-equipped GMAR Raptor cars, first and second at the minute, and X-Ray cars, third and fourth. X-Ray, I'm sure, wanting to salvage something here. Alex is going to be very, very mindful that he doesn't run into the back of his teammate Adam as he goes up on 2 wheels, but keeps it going. So what do you do here if you're Alex? 30 seconds to go. It's unfortunate for us that B.A. Arnaldi is not featuring in this one. These guys are on their last lap. Meanwhile, a few seconds up the road, Kilic is almost on his last lap. He could just stop, but no. Just stay with Kilic. Okay, back to Kilic. Back to Kilic now. Back to Kilic. There we go. He's on a victory lap. This is his final lap. And it does count for time. He's the only one going to make 21 laps. Good race. Wow. That was a good race. Kilic taking it and solidifying his second place on the podium with Matseo on top. Kilic taking second. I'm not sure who's going to take third there. Senesi with a 2 and a 3. Izai with a 3 and a 4. And Zenchetin with a 4 and a 6. So I think it's going to be Senesi taking third overall. But we'll wait for the official proclamation from the computer. So a good race there. That was a really good race to watch. You could see how the drivers were, when they needed to be defensive, they went super defensive. And then when they had no one behind them, they went super hard on the attack. So it was a really good race to watch. Congratulations to all of them for clean, good racing. You have the other battery?
No. No.
There's only 2, so there should be 4.
Maybe there.
Okay. If you don't, just
I'll find it.
yeah.
Because I think that because I changed it in the morning. I don't know. Let's see.
So a great race there, and now we can put the time sheets or the race sheets for the GTE category away because we are done. Next thing coming out is going to be our main final at 3:15, and that is very, very shortly. I'm hoping we're going to have a special guest in the studio. So a bit of a delay as usual, as expected, really. We don't ever really expect the final to start exactly on time. It never does. Which is fine. It's literally, well, it's the second to last thing to happen during the day. Third to last if you count the packing up and taking down of the banners and all that stuff. But yeah. Because after the, well, it depends how many steps you count. Because there's the main final, and then you have to wait a certain amount of time for a protest period to finish. Because it's always discussions of, well, should we protest? Should we not? You know, should we? Obviously, there's also the time for drivers to be technically inspected. So while we have this tiny little break, we're just going to go a little bit quiet and just leave it on the camera for now.
I need another chair? Yep.
Yeah, if you could find one, yeah. Oh, yeah, team manager room.
No, final, unbelievable.
Huh?
I broke the car, like, out of the pit lane. My God.
We'll talk about that a little bit, but we don't want to dwell on it.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
just like kind of a downer. Okay, so we'll give you this one.
There's a camera on here, they see us?
No, no camera. You can scratch your balls if you want. Just no cursing.
No.
I'll be sorry. Look, Guillaume's not racing, is he? Rosario.
No, he's not racing, no.
All right. So I'm going to put some earplugs in because... Cool. Let me just turn you up. Hello. You just turn it down. I mean, yeah, it comes down. Well, turn it that way. There. Cool. Yeah, you hear me okay? And I hear you okay.
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay, great. Right. So in the studio, the other voice you hear for the first time is young Mr. Barak Kilic. Hello. Yeah. So, I mean, not to dwell too much on it, but obviously you'd much rather be out there, or at least in the last chance final, where you would have had a good chance doing it. What did happen to your car in that one? Because you just disappeared you just started tumbling down the.
I mean, my record car in low end was obviously flying around the track and was really smooth to drive. I just made some stupid small mistake of the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah.
And I just tapped the stone and just broke the car.
That'll do it. You don't want to hit the stones.
No, it's fine. Let's see how the race goes.
Yeah. Let me just twist this up. I think this is our weaker one there. All right, so obviously not top 10, but the main final, 11 racers out there. Did you watch that last chance final?
Yeah, I watched it.
That was a crazy one.
It looked like a whole disaster. I mean,
Yeah.
crashed on the straightaway, and it looked fun.
But didn't Pelosi beat Dell'Aquila?
Yes, he did, but he got a 5-second penalty.
Oh.
Touch. But for me, it was side by side.
Hmm.
So for me, it wouldn't be a penalty. And I think it was also a clean pass, but the referees decided something.
It was like right there in that kink, what I call the kink.
Yeah, right.
Wow, okay, so that's news. I mean, we don't get told when drivers get penalties or anything. You know, we're like the last to know, basically. So anyway, yeah, it was an amazing race, even with that. I think we can just chuck this away because it's irrelevant now. everything's been run. But you did really good in your GTE final.
Yeah, future European champion, first time driving the car, and yeah, I'm quite happy.
Yeah.
Huge congrats to Nathan and LSU for 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Top 3.
Yeah, I mean that's what I sort of calculated, and with 1 and 3. Oh yes.
Should be 3 and
Yeah.
oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I mean, you're on the podium. Your teammates are on the podium.
Teammates with Raptor and LRP and Nostrum Power.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Very good. Very good. And yeah, so I mean, are you excited to watch? I mean, I know, when I used to race the Roar Nationals, at this point of the weekend, I'd be in the K final or the J final or something like that. I'd be like, yeah, I wasn't really here to race anyway. I was just here to watch, like Hara and Reinhardt and whatever, race. Is that kind of the mindset that you're in now? Is just like, I'm just going to enjoy watching whatever.
I was focusing to make the main, of course.
Yeah.
And to win, like everyone is here to win. And yeah, but I mean, I'm having a great time here. And I just want to say also huge thanks to Andrea and Jimar for bringing me here. And I had a great weekend. Thank you very much for that. It's awesome.
And GMAR is also one of our supporting sponsors, so we can happy to mention them. And also RC1 Racing, another one of our sponsors. Senesi is our title sponsor. So for the third year running, Natanelli is our title sponsor. So fantastic to have him on board yet again. And I mean, it's a 45-minute final. Literally anything can happen because that's what happened when he won at Naxos. It was absolutely wild. Oh man! So just cut to our other camera here temporarily. So we've got Matteo on pole, Catanzani in the warm up in the main final practice where it was just the 4 drivers going around. He was running a 20.8 fastest lap, and Matteo did a 21.2.
That's really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, we did in electric 20.5, and 20.8 is super fast.
Yeah. But I was talking to Daniele, who is Catanzani's engine sponsor and provider and tuner and mechanic this year. And he was saying that they have had to tell Andrea, calm down, go slower. You're going too fast because you're burning too much fuel. Do you think he's just kind of like that's in his pocket and he can do a 28.8? Or was that maybe just, here's what I can do, I'm going to, just kind of throw my hands in your face?
I mean, in the first 7 minutes, nobody will even do 21.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure because everyone has to save the fuel.
Yeah.
And after that, everyone will go the normal speed. And I think it will be a really tight fight between the top 2, maybe top 3. I mean, it's GT.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened. Maybe it's an Senesi or
Yeah.
Senesi can win. Or D'Angelo, we don't know yet. And yeah, let's see how it goes.
I mean, that's what I was saying. We've got the current double world champion on pole, and he's already won a European championship this year. Earlier today, and he's a previous European champion in this category. Catanzani really should have won it last year. Arnaldi is a 2-time European champion and a former world champion as well. And Beretta is the defending European champion. And that's the top 4, I mean. And then you have D'Angelo, who's due some success, Valente Senesi, who's a previous champion, Colony, who I'm not familiar with, but he's
From Ireland.
yeah.
Same man, I guess. And Tobias Stricktrich from Austria. And D'Aquila is running normally. He's also from Italy.
Yeah.
It's the first time ever that he made any Euro finals. And yeah, congrats also to him.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be crazy. So that's this will be just insane. So yeah, thank you for joining us, and we hope everyone in the chat is going to enjoy this as well. Yeah, so we already have people cheering on Clive Connolly and Tomas. And Tomas again. Good luck to everybody. Go Andrea, Catanzani. I mean, there's a lot of people to cheer on in this. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be crazy. I can't believe that some of you guys like you are wearing black shirts in this heat, though. This is wild.
And it's challenging to make white ones. We just have black ones right now, so maybe in the future white ones.
Yeah.
It's so hot in the black ones.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up in South Texas, and you don't want to wear hot black when it's like 85, 90 degrees in Fahrenheit, which is like this right now is about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's no. Don't want to do it. Yeah, we're hoping. I mean, they've done all the introductions and everything. We've got the race officials out on track.
Yeah, I think every driver needs their own marshal. There's maybe, there's one missing in the middle. I think number 10. That's why.
Yeah. So what have you seen any of the sites or clubs or anything like that in Villarreal?
Not yet, actually. Maybe I should try it out tonight. Did you?
I haven't. No, I'm too tired. I'm too tired. I mean, we're not doing quite as much as we normally do. Like the guys at ETS are doing a lot more stuff, but still.
Still, it's pretty hot also here in the room.
Yeah. It's breezy. I mean, if you need, I've got this portable fan, which is very handy. You've got like a little neck fan.
Yeah, I got it, but the battery is empty, so.
Oh, right. Okay. Where you can use that for now, if you need.
Like after 10 minutes, we can always swap.
Yeah, I've been okay without it actually. Wednesday was terrible. It was like 35 degrees.
Yeah. Today is like 30, I think. 30.
Not nowhere near. I did actually check the forecast. 29 and we're 4 o'clock, which is we're just there. So we're sitting at just about 29 degrees, and this is as hot as it's going to be during the day. Engines have started.
Yeah, sounds nice. Ready to go.
So we've got a few minutes of warm up here. We haven't seen too many drivers flame out on the starting grid, but it has happened. Is Rosario doing his impression of an airplane or something? I'm not sure.
Let's see who's going to win the Euroside this year. It's really interesting to see 45 minutes running this category. Is really difficult. And there we see Alessio really focused.
Yeah.
I wish everyone good luck. Let's see the best driver should win.
Yeah. Track is open now, so cars coming out from the pit lane. Yeah, we'll just go to the live timing so we can see. So it's saying a 10-minute warm-up, but I think that is a little bit much.
It's like Italian nationals here.
It is. I know. The one Frenchman, one Irish, one Austrian, and one Portuguese. But Mendonça he's really young. Do you know how old he is?
Actually, never met him or I never saw him.
I saw him in the lunch line. I only know him because he had his whole name on the back of his shirt, which is always handy in an RC pit area. But yeah, I couldn't really tell how old he is. Valente hasn't checked in, which is hopefully not a bad sign for him. Oh, he's just coming out of the pits now, the red with the white stripe. Yeah, he hadn't checked in, so yeah. There he is. That's true. Yes, that's right. That could have happened, and I forgot to mention that because that could have happened in the semifinals or the main final. So now the nice thing is in this category, because of a certain incident that happened a couple of years ago in Le Coratondo, the rule has been changed so that if you're a teammate, like if Senesi, for example, had blew up his clutch, for example, which is the exact thing that happened in this example, you could call, if you're in 10th position, you could call, I need a 10-minute timeout, and then not touch your car. But now the rule is only the driver who called the timeout can touch the car, which I think is a great rule, because then it just eliminates that whole sort of like little stupid shenanigans. It's a very team thing to do, but yeah, it's a bit shady. Yeah. Yeah. But at least for the European Championships, and I'm assuming for IFMAR as well, that has now been changed, or well, has been changed. At least for this category of racing, the IC track. Because there are some EFRA rules that are voted in as like a blanket rule, so it might actually affect you in 8th buggy. I don't know if it does or not.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, I mean, there's certainly the team game and team strategy game to play, but those things kind of get worked out of the system. Alessio has promised me a race paint body shell, so I'm assuming it's not going to be his GTE and it's not going to be this body shell.
I mean, I don't know actually what is race paint.
Yeah, same. It's like Izzy. Always running.
Speaking of Luke,
Yeah.
that's the race paint.
Yeah.
It's quite funny. I mean, there's so many pink and white and yellow cars.
Yeah.
But that's the race paint for that.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, since we're talking about on-road, I mean, you know, effectively kind of just very large touring car sort of. Have you seen this body shell that's debuted at the ETS?
Yeah, I saw it.
What do you think about it?
I mean, if it works, it's nice. But it doesn't look that nice.
No, it looks terrible.
It looks, it's looking ugly.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's going well.
That's the thing. It's, you know, it's like with the really thin body shells. You know, there's no minimum weight on the body shells, so the drivers run really, really paper thin body shells that just crinkle when you look at them. But then they have to run all these like little carbon rods and little 3D printed accessories, stuff like that. It just brings the weight back up, I think. But obviously, you can't put too many on it because then what's the point of running the full weight? But it's all about speed, and you know.
But how many cars left on track? Is there someone taking time out or
Well, this is the thing. I don't know.
into? No, they should start soon. But it looks like somebody
Well, if someone has called a timeout, they would announce, they would say everyone has to come into the pits, and only that car can do. Yeah. So it is possible that someone can still call a 10-minute break, or technical timeout is officially what it's called.
I'm not sure if it's in a buggy like this, maybe that you can time on the free drive. Because sometimes on some races it goes like this.
Well, only the driver that did it, that called it, can do it. But I mean, look at this. These are all the local townspeople. Yeah, it's awesome. And even on the main straight, there's loads of people. It's not full because that's the biggest one, but this is where do you see this in any RC track? You know, yeah.
So we have in the Marshall, they have also the fans and so on. And it's
Yeah. It's one of the best things, literally, about coming here. Apart from, I mean, obviously, they have great support from the city. The track officials and EFRA officials have a van from the city, literally with a driver that picks us up every morning and takes us back to the hotel at night. So, trying to show the flags there, but they're a bit twisted up.
They said it's 4 minutes to start, and I hear still some engines.
Yeah. I mean, the timer on the live timing on MyRCM was counting down, but it seemed to have stopped. But sometimes it does freeze. Can we see the pit lane there, Helder? Can we see the pit lane? I mean, they're still running, so no one's called a timeout. I mean, someone's out on track.
Let's still change the tires. Let's still change all 4 tires. For the,
But you can buy an extra set, though, right?
Everyone have 2 sets,
Yeah.
so they can choose which tires to use. I mean, if they want, they can go also on used tires, so they have
Yeah.
5 sets everyone. And yeah, but it looks like this looks like inside.
So the way I understand it is, just so we have this down, For GTE, which he raced, three sets of tires from time practice 1, time practice 2, and qualifying 1 through 5, and all 3 finals. Is that correct?
No, in electric is 4 sets.
4 sets, okay.
It's either 3, if you make the main, get another set.
If you make the main final, this one.
Yes, exactly.
Right, okay.
And then overall only 4 sets.
Okay.
And Nitro, they decided now at the team managers meeting to get 2 sets extra. If you want.
Huh, okay. Interesting.
Rule change actually. Normally should be 1. But now
So why would they... I mean, this is a big question. Are we anticipating tire changes?
I think
You think? Really?
the national team they also tire change on the 3 tires and also made level 2 minutes. And probably they were going to do it.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
probably not. I mean, tire's not bad for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's a very hard rubber compound, and then it's like a weird sort of very thin 2-stage insert, but it's also belted on the inside. So the inside where you camber it, the inside of the tire starts to get this like touring car racers will be very familiar with that look of a used tire.
Inside always makes it tough, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one. So you can't exit the pit lane before 7 minutes. So everyone is going to be driving slow-ish, well within their capabilities for the first 7 minutes for that first stint. Okay, now time is counting down. Yeah, no. So we're a minute and a half from starting, apparently. But then after that, we're going to be looking at anywhere from 6:30 to 7:30 for per stint. You think? Yeah. Yeah. But then also, I'm just throwing in like how complicated that could get with the tire change.
This class overall is super complicated. It's a cool class, lots of fun, and now everyone is coming into the pit.
Yeah, because I think we're very close to starting. Yeah, we're 45 seconds to go. So
Everyone's choosing.
yeah, last little bits on that high end needle.
Let's see.
Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've turned them right up. Okay. Yes. Yeah. He's holding the mic to his mouth now. Right. Okay. All right. Okay, we are back. Apologies for the loss of sound. Apparently, no one could hear you. So we just need to make sure this is one of our dodgy headsets, apparently.
Check.
Yeah, I think I can definitely hear you now. Yeah, so we're need to keep an eye on that there. Okay, here we go. Oh, on the berm. Contazani's going to be super aggressive here, I think. Good gap for Alessio. It's got Arnaldi behind him, though. So just stay with the lead, too. I think it's going to be a pretty intense battle from Catanzani in that yellow car. Just keep it a little bit wider. Thank you. So like Burak was telling us just a few minutes ago, they expecting for the first fuel stint, it's going to be pretty slow going relatively for these racers. And let's see what the lap times are. 22 seconds, 22 and a half, 22.6, 22.5. So yes, nowhere near the 20.8 that Catanzani was doing in the practice for the main final. And both of these racers were in Chile, so they've got, obviously, and the Italian National Series as well, which I think Catanzani's already won one of the rounds this year. Right. Something has happened to Nathaniele, so he's running dead last, unfortunately. It's going to take some effort to make that up, but this is nitro racing. That's the beauty of it. You can come from dead last and still finish on the podium at least. So we're expecting fuel stops at about the 38-minute to go mark. Obviously, time is counting down, so 45 minus 7. It's going to be about the 38-minute mark is when we're going to start seeing everyone dive into the pits. Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Okay. That's an interesting one. Don't know. Why did he do that? What would be the thinking there?
I'm so surprised now.
So I imagine, I mean, although you're teammates, and I imagine have done a good amount of practicing and testing and hanging out, do you discuss any sort of strategy like that?
I mean, I don't know nobody, but
I mean, look at, but Arnaldi now is closing. Oh yeah, by 3.5 seconds. Yeah. These are the drivers who qualified directly into the main final as well. They didn't run the semis. The very first time since first time on track with the nitro cars, at least, was a 10-minute practice run that Catanzani only did about half of. But again, he set a 20.8 lap time. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Not on the inside, because he would have been flipped over, I bet. What? Okay, I don't... Okay. He's coming through, though. Yeah. No, but I don't either. He... Right, okay. Okay. Oh, it's because the input is set to number 2. No, it's set to number 2. I'm in 2. Yes. Okay, give me a moment. I'll try and figure it out. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, so apologies for the lack of commentary. We do honestly have Burak Kilic sat right here next to me, but apparently no one can hear him. So just going to see if we can just fix something here. And we will just come back with comms very, very shortly. Okay, is Pit coming for the pits? And let's see if you can say something here, Burak, if we can hear you.
Hello? Should be... Yeah.
Okay, I think we can hear you now, Burak, out on the stream.
So this is the first time, actually, do you hear me now?
I think so, yes.
Oh, my God.
So, welcome, Burak. But I have been replying to... I have been re-saying what you've been saying. So anyway, we've got Catanzani in the lead, Beretta in second, and Mazzeo in third place. So was it a problem for Mazzeo as I was trying to fiddle around with some technical bits?
I think it was a quite slow stop for Matteo. Not sure what happened there, but...
Right, okay. That's a bit of a shame. I mean, Mirko and his father, the Matteo the Elder, obviously very, very experienced with...
Yeah, Matteo now closing the gap to Beretta on the straightaway.
So Catanzani, 1.5 second lead.
Yeah, Matteo passed Beretta now.
So let's see if we can find... So we're past the first set of pit stops. So basically, we're down into sort of true speed between Catanzani and Mazzeo. They're both doing in the 21 lap range. 21.2 last time around for Catanzani and 21.6 for Mazzeo. 22.1 is the next fastest lap from Beretta and 22.7 from Arnoldi.
I'm still thinking about like why he let him by.
That is a very interesting one, yeah. And I'm hoping that Mazzeo doesn't come to regret that. But then there were only, what, a half a second or a second apart?
Yeah, two seconds. But Matteo's closing the gap right now, really
yeah.
strong.
So if we drop back to the white, well, which white car is it? That's the question. Drop back to the next set of cars. I think it's the one car behind, Helder. One car behind is probably going to be... I think that's the number 2 of Mazzeo. Yes, sorry, the number 1. I'm used to him having a 2 on there because of the GTE. So there's the world champion and GTE, the new GTE European champion.
But I'm not sure if Alessio ever won this category.
Well, according to the EFRA Hall of Fame, he has.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lapping already Valente.
Yeah.
But he's closing the gap. I mean...
Yeah, well, I mean, he made up, what is that, 8/10
Yeah.
on Catanzani last time around. And now there's no cars in between them until Catanzani laps, is that Senesi?
Yeah, already lapped. I mean, there's many European champions in this...
oh, yeah, there's loads.
Matteo's coming.
Yes.
He's on fire.
And I don't think Natanelli is going to make it very difficult for him either to get past.
No, he will let him by.
There he goes. He's already done it.
Really good. He is coming.
So 1.1 last time around. Let's see what the gap is this time.
I think it should be 7 tenths, 8 tenths.
Oh, and Katazani makes a mistake. So it was already under a second at that point, and he was doing a dark slide with like a skateboarder on the berm. So what's interesting is here, because we were watching earlier Arnaldi chasing down Izai, and Izai doing an amazing defensive drive. Those two hardly ever see each other on track, but these two see each other on track probably once a month?
Yeah.
Every week?
Kanzani is struggling a little bit out of the corner, but Alessio is closing and closing every lap.
Yeah, 0.6 of a second now. Coming up on, I'm not sure who that is. Another yellow car. See number 9 of Sutrick, who gives them plenty of space. Oh, but
that was close.
That made Alessio. I'm not sure if he made a mistake because
of a mistake again.
Yeah. Did he go up on the berm? Because I mean, those curbs are slick, aren't they?
They're so high.
Yeah.
I mean, if you touch them, you have like no grip.
Yeah. So you just spin up the tires, and then you might like high side or something like that, and you just start fishtailing coming off of them. Oh, and okay, racing the pits. Let's follow him in. And there's Sutrick. Oh, and a slow stop for Alessio. A very slow stop for Alessio.
Oh my goodness.
So it was a 0.5 second gap last time they crossed the line.
Beretta now in second.
Lost almost a half a second there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but another slide from Catanzani.
Yeah, the car looks really unstable.
There's Beretta that he's, I believe, pretty much lapped. And there's Mazzeo in the white. Oh, and Filippo has pulled off.
Oh, that's Clive Connolly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's Alessio lapping Arnaldi. Wow. Already lapping 5th place. And we're only 1/3 of the way through the race. But that also means, well, yeah, we've round of pit stops has happened for everybody, it seems. So we're going to be looking at about probably the 24-minute mark. And at that point, we might be looking at maybe left side tire changes, which will take a very long time because you literally have to unscrew them, don't you? Like a buggy.
I mean, I think it's the front, right. They will change.
Just the one.
Yeah,
right.
Just the one. But that's tire the most wear out, you know. So.
Yeah, it's this corner here, but it's most especially these two corners coming up right here and here.
Right.
Catanzani going down pit lane.
Matteo lost again, like 5 tenths.
So thank you to Alex Thurston for dropping us a message about his theory on maybe why Alessio let Andrea past, to potentially let Andrea just kind of pull the trigger a bit and maybe run out of fuel before that first round of pit stops. I was talking to Daniele Ialasi about that, yesterday, and he said that they have to tell Andrea you need to run to a particular lap time, and I'm assuming at a particular heat of the day, you need to run this lap time to make 7 minutes. So it's all very calculated. I would love to see someone's notebook on this sort of thing. It's probably all written in code or something like that anyway, but still. So Matteo now 4 seconds behind Catanzani. You can see the gap visibly there. Coming around the infield hairpin. Now, I know some drivers have literally lost engines, but
I mean, this week every driver did.
Really?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, last year was in Leipzig, and also the track was eating engines for every company, and this one is also really hard.
I think Alessio's the next white car behind.
Yeah. But he's closing the gap again.
Yeah.
1 second and 2 laps.
There we go. Yeah, he is. He was 4 or 5 seconds behind. Now he's 3. And you're listening to the engine note. What are you trying to listen for?
It looks like Catanzani doesn't have any power anymore.
Uh-oh.
Because, yeah, he's slow and slow every lap. What's happening?
22.3 last time around. Matteo 21.7. And he's come in. He's come in.
Maybe he was out of fuel. That's why he didn't push.
So he's using up a lot of fuel then if he's coming in 3 minutes early.
Something happened, I think. Yep. I didn't see him out of the pits now.
Yeah, he's lost the lead.
Oh,
Beretta's passed him.
goodness.
Is this Catanzani? I think it is. With the clear wing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, man. After last year.
He's getting slower and slower every lap on the straightaway. Something is happening. Let's see into the pits.
Yep. So we'll keep an eye on Catanzani, but he has lost his lead, and he's now down to 3rd with Beretta.
Matzeo's out of the pits now. In front of Beretta. And Beretta have still come into the pits.
They're coming in a bit early now, so they came in at about 31. They're coming in at about 26 this time. Well, 27 in the case of Catanzani. He's a very thirsty, a fuel-thirsty driver. So Catanzani running 3rd. He's 9 seconds behind Filippo Beretta, so see if we can spot Matteo out on track. We didn't get a timer or have a look at his last pit stop, but Matteo just about to go down the straight now in the white car.
Yeah,
white car down the straight.
Also back now.
There we go. So Catanzani back to running 20.6, and he just did a 21.4, which is actually not his fastest lap of the race, but his fastest recent lap.
We have already one driver out, and it's Clive Finale.
Irish racer. So we have just one 40-plus racer left, and that's B.A. Arnaldi. Running 4th.
He's already 40 plus.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's officially 40 plus.
Oh my goodness. It's still on fire.
Yeah. He only runs these 2 classes and large-scale touring car. Of course, he's I think he's got a shop as well. He did post something on Facebook about being sick, though, because he's not
I think
shipping
yesterday.
stuff out.
Yeah, yesterday he was a little bit sick.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But it looks like he feels better and is back to racing.
Yeah. He's over a lap behind Catanzani, though. It's
11 seconds gap.
So Matteo Down the straight.
Oh, he nearly lost the car.
Wow, yeah,
Wow.
you could see it. You see it just in that little tiny straight section there that isn't really straight at all when you're doing a racing line.
Yeah, tires are dropping. Let's grip
Wow.
now.
And the tires are belted, so if it does explode, I mean, it'll hold together, but you're not going to have any control of the car, really.
No.
So we might see a front tire change, a front left tire change, which will be kind of fascinating. This car is running hard compound sweep rubber tires that are belted and with a two-stage inner foam insert. So maybe he's going to have a pit stop for tires. Catanzani very slightly faster than him, so he's just gaining very slightly. So they must have twiddled with something on the engine just a bit. Getting past Dell'Aquila. Down the pit straight, so not into the pits again. So I think he came in, around the 25 or 6 minute mark. So it's only been a few minutes.
So the only ones is Catanzani and Mathieu going 21 lap times, and everyone else going on 22s.
Trying to decipher the live timing screen, which you can find on myrcm.ch. You see all the live timing and all the results as well. See how your favorite driver and chassis and countries did. Going past the pits once again. Catanzani, well, he's holding the gap to Catanzani. Oh, and he's coming to pit. So let's stay with Matteo. You can't see. Okay, no tire change. And there's Catanzani, who came in right after him. Oh, no! Nearly had it coming together with Clive Connolly, who's more than 11 laps down.
Oh my God, he's spin again.
Connolly trying to avoid him, goes into the wall. And I think he's lost his tire. He's lost his front left.
No.
He's lost his tire. He's going to be coming into the pits straight away.
No,
and he's crashed.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're not going to be able to see what the actual work is on the car, so let's go to Catanzani. Matteo has been passed by Beretta. Pretty sure that was a tire and then just some, hopefully not any crash damage. Hopefully he can just come back out. So here is where Catanzani is officially going to pass Matteo.
Wow,
for second.
Sad news for Alessio.
Oh no, that's a shame. That's a shame. But let's get back to the racing action. I think something has just broken a bit too much on the car to get back out on track. So now it is Catanzani running second, going to try to chase down Filippo Beretta.
The current European champion is leading.
Yes, the current European champion, the defending champion, Filippo Beretta from Italy, is being chased by second place driver at the minute, Catanzani.
It's unbelievable.
That's you can't write these scripts. It's crazy. So Catanzani is 14 seconds behind Beretta, so it's almost a complete, well, 2/3 of a lap roughly. Well, almost exactly 2/3 of a lap. So, no, I don't even want to imagine what the communication is going between Catanzani's himself and Ialasi. Oh no!
my goodness!
He's going to the back of D'Angelo. See that again if we caught it. Oh, just
Oh, that was
just
close.
the tail end. No, they actually did hit.
Really?
Yeah, they actually did hit.
Yeah, the body's cracked in the
Oh.
front. Just saw in the front of the pit.
Oh no.
But you see the young Portuguese from 10 to 4 already.
Wow. Mendonça. Yeah, you can see it even from here on the screen that Catanzani's body is ruined. Oh man.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it wide because we're. Oh, and he went up on the curb. He was actually up on 2 wheels in that high-speed section. I can't believe he kept it down. Beretta must have pitted.
Yeah, he did. I'm not sure if you have.
So now there's a 4-second gap. Sorry.
I'm not sure if you have making a one less fuel stop. So
It's possible. We're not really keeping track of how many pit stops these guys are doing. And now remember, Beretta finished only about a second behind Catanzani in last year's main final.
yeah.
So this is not luck or anything from Beretta's side. It's actual pure skill, setup, and everything. We've got a Genius leading with a Serpent chasing. It's now down to less than 3 seconds. It was up to 5.
He's
And
closing
now it's
the gap.
1.7. But Catanzani, how many pit stops does Catanzani have to make? At least
3 more.
2.
You think 2?
At least 2 from. I mean, there's got to be 1 soon, and then I mean they're there on track. They're together. That's the lead battle.
Oh my god.
So this is what I was wondering from one of the races earlier with Izai.
Oh my god. He passed him.
Wow, that was just easy.
I looked like he let him by, but
No, he went up on the curb. Beretta went
Yeah.
up on the curb, and he tried. You could see the wheels start to turn, and then he pulled it back.
I think looks like you have a tire problem in the front. Beretta. Yeah, you have a tire problem.
Beretta.
Yeah.
Oh
It
no.
doesn't turn anymore.
Another one.
Yeah, it don't turn.
I haven't seen Beretta come by.
Yeah, he's
come by us.
into the pits for tire change.
Okay. So here we go. Rubber tire change in a 45-minute main final. Is Catanzani going to have to risk it and just change at least the front left? He's coming in. Let's stay with him because we can actually see a little bit of what the work. No tire change, just fuel and a very quick fuel stop as well.
Oh, that was
He's
close.
still in the lead, I think. Or no, Beretta was only 1.2 behind. Beretta hasn't come out yet?
Oh my goodness.
Beretta's 2 laps down from Catanzani now.
Yeah, he had a big tire change.
Wow. So, and that's, I mean, there's no quick change tires like on 1/8 and 1/10 IC.
It's like buggy, they have to change the wheel nut.
Yeah. It's a big T-handled nut driver. And obviously, you don't want to lose your tire, so you just really crank it down. I imagine there's serrated threads and serrated wheel nuts and all sorts of things. Catanzani, from, I mean, disaster to, at this point, looking like he's going to win. Delacola giving him tons of space. He couldn't give him more space. And that's Senesi head. I think, has he slowed down his pace? 22.6.
Okay, he's slowing down for sure.
Filippo's also done a 20, well, he's just done a 22 flat. So maybe he's worried about his tires after seeing two of the lead drivers affected by what we are pretty sure are tire issues. 22.2 that time for Catanzani. One more time down the straight. 13 minutes remaining. And when did he come in? At about the 15-minute mark? Lapping Arnaldi once again.
Oh my goodness. The young guy from Portugal is on 3 now.
Wow. The Portuguese guys told me yesterday at the opening ceremony, none of them have been to this track before as well.
Nah, this I will not believe for sure.
From 10th. From 10th as well. He's actually ahead of Arnaldi, but that's Arnaldi there, so I don't know where he is on track.
11 seconds behind.
.22 flat last time around for Catanzani. And a 22.1 this time. Beretta going 22.4 after presumably changing his tires. So 11 minutes remaining. We're expecting one more pit stop from Catanzani at probably around the 7-minute mark, but is he going to chance it with his tires after seeing two of his countrymen on different chassis, mind you, but two of his Italian fellow racers fall out and lose the lead basically because of the tires wearing out pretty fast. That front left getting hammered coming off of the main straight.
Yeah, Catanzani is saving lots of tires right now.
Coming up on, I think that's Connolly. Tobias Tutrick is the next yellow car ahead, running in 5th place. So Catanzani has lapped everyone all the way up to, oh, and he's coming in. Let's see what they do about these tires.
Nothing.
Anything? No. That's a very short, that's about a 5 or 6 minute fuel stint.
Yep.
And that's Beretta to get back a lap. So Beretta has passed him because of that fuel stop, but all he's done is gotten back a lap. So really all Catanzani needs to do is just stay behind Beretta at this point.
Right, just finish the race.
I can imagine what Ielasi is telling. Oh! Now, if Beretta only changed his front tire, he would have a lot of steering on that front, right? So maybe that's, I mean, that didn't look deliberate. And Catanzani's still going faster. I can just imagine what Ielasi is telling Catanzani, just like, calma. So there's our lead two cars is the yellow car and then the blue, yellow, and red, but it's actually a lot different story than that. It's a whole lap difference as well. There's Filippo Beretta, last year's European champion from Leipzig. But here is the young Andrea Catanzani, sorry. After the absolute heartbreak of last year's, I don't want to jinx it, but after the heartbreak of last year's race, he's looking very, very good at the moment for the 2026 GT8 European Championship. Arnaldi has just gotten past Mendonça. That looks like a pretty good battle. So where is that car 3 and 10? They're pretty close to each other. The bright green car. Actually, just ahead. They're just ahead of Catanzani, literally. Wow. Okay, so the green car is the French racer, the legend of B.A. Arnaldi.
Oh.
The white car that Catanzani has just passed is the young Portuguese racer of Tomás Mendonça. I think his tires are starting to go because he was just like fishtailing back and forth. So let's just stay with Catanzani while he puts another lap on B.A. Arnaldi, who they've just both passed Clive Connolly from Ireland. Catanzani running 22.2s. Filippo Beretta running 22.3. Just across the line.
Is it penalty? He flamed out.
Arnaldi flamed out.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, Arnaldi, sorry. Oh, my goodness. On the straightaway.
There goes Arnaldi. Car number 3. So, of the leading 4 cars, of the 4 cars that qualified directly into the main final, only 2 are still running at the minute. I'm sure Arnaldi's pit crew will be able to get him back out on track. Let's just keep it a little bit wider there on the main straight. Catanzani leading this on his 104th lap at the minute.
Oh, now Senesi now.
Yeah, I know, from 10th to 4th.
Unbelievable. That's GT racing.
Yes. Mendonça, something has happened with Mendonça. He's also not crossed the line. The computer is waiting for him to cross the line, so Senesi may be able to get 3rd.
What's happening?
It's chaos. Oh, here's
Senesi's coming with Arnaldi.
Final pit stop for Catanzani.
Oh my God, Senesi from on 3 right now.
Senesi and Arnaldi coming off the back straight. Just on the pit straight. Helder on the pit straight. Helder on the pit straight. Pit straight, Helder. The green car, the green car, the green car, the green car. There we go. So we missed Senesi. Has he pitted?
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was in the pits.
Oh, okay. But this is Arnaldi getting passed by Filippo for, well, it's just another lap down. But we're hoping to see a battle with Arnaldi in the green and Senesi in the orange, who's just at the bottom of the screen there. But that was a battle for a moment anyway, for a hot minute, and then it faded away when...
Oh my God!
What happened?
They nearly crashed on the straightaway. Senesi and Nathan. Oh my God. I just saw it through the window.
Right. Let's pick it up with Catanzani. I believe he's the only yellow car still out on track. In the car too. It is wild out there, isn't it?
My
It's
God.
just crazy. So 3.5 minutes remaining. I think everyone has come in for their final pit stops. Beretta, he's a lap and a bit, about a lap and 10 seconds behind the young Catanzani here, running the Serpent in the bright yellow car, powered by Iolasi tuned world champion and European champion engines. And at this stage, I think it's fairly safe to say that it's he's going to be adding another European Championship title to his list of wins for Iolasi tuned engines, but it's going to be the first European title for Andrea Catanzani. Of course, after last year's huge heartbreaking disappointment, I think his celebration is going to be a little bit muted until he is absolutely sure that his car passes the technical inspection. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Catanzani's going down the main straight. And was that Connolly just coming in?
Oh no, it's number 10. The Portuguese kid.
Mendonça. Oh man. After running in third and battling with world and European champion B.A. Arnoldi, he's going to remember that for some time though, and I'm sure he's going to be back for next year's Euros.
Where is it actually?
At the minute, I don't know.
Valente moved up to 4 now.
Actually, there might not be a Euros next year because the Worlds are at La Stalla.
Oh, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, an even bigger track.
Yeah, not great for our class.
No, well, yeah. Catanzani here with a minute and 40 left. And we have all of our fingers crossed. We have all of our fingers crossed. We want to thank Burak Kilic for joining us in the studio. Thank you very much for your insights. Fantastic racing action as well during the weekend. So Catanzani coming down the main straight. Only 3 laps remaining for this young Italian lad's race. 45 minutes of intense, crazy GT8 IC action. And it's come down to just a few laps to go. He could just really slow it down and just make it 2 laps, but it looks like if he keeps going this pace, it's going to be 3 laps. This lap and 2 more. So no more bump ups. No more qualifying runs. This has been it. He set the fastest lap in the practice with a 20.8 and has been doing 22 lap runs as he slides it around. And 1 more lap. This is his victory lap. 1 more to go. As Felix from the club is waving the checker flag for all of the racers. No tire changes for Catanzani that we're aware of. Coming around the little hairpin, and there it goes. He's drifting it around the hairpin. And there he goes, taking his first European Championship title. Fantastic. Congratulations, Andrea Catanzani. Let's see his celebrations on the rostrum. What a result. And there's the official results there. 120 laps in 45 minutes and 20 seconds. His fastest lap, 21.2. We know he could go faster than that, but fuel saving mode, tire saving mode, car saving mode. And we're back to the rostrum seeing there's the Iolasi with the congratulations, the motorman himself and his Italian teammates congratulating him. Here's Vito from Amchi, Teodoro from Amchi. More and more congratulations for the young Italian. Fantastic results. Clive Connolly also giving him a handshake. Pedro Pereira from FEPRA, the Portuguese Federation. Fantastic results there. Congratulations to the young Italian, Gabriele Pelosi. Fantastic stuff. We are going to have, of course, a very intense talk with the young Italian. We are absolutely sure that everything is settled with his car and legal and everything. That was what happened last year, but we're absolutely certain that there's nothing like that is going to happen this time around. Wow. So we hope you enjoyed that race. That was intense and crazy. Absolutely not the script we would have written. But Alessio Mazzeo enjoying the GTE championship win earlier today. Heartbreak in the 45-minute main final, which has allowed Catanzani and Beretta and Arnaldi to challenge each other for the win. But Catanzani taking it for that main final. Fabulous work for himself and Daniele Iolasi. So that's it. That's going to be it from us here at RC Racing TV. We are the official media partner for EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. And thank you very much to yourselves for watching. Thank you to all of our viewers, everyone in the live chat, for enjoying this intense round of IC and electric eco racing. So, and also thank you, of course, to our title sponsor, Senesi Motorsport, our third year in a row being sponsored by Senesi for the GT8 European Championships, and also to Hobbywing, Energy Fuels, El Saram, Iolasi Tuned, World Champion Engines, and of course to GMAR and RC1 Racing. Thank you so much to the club here at the AMVR club in Villarreal, Portugal. Absolutely the best hospitality that you could possibly expect from a facility, an RC racing facility. Thank you so much, guys. And don't forget, there's plenty of racing still happening on RC Racing TV. ETS is still happening right now, and there's also the BRCA 1/10 Buggy Nationals happening still right now and also tomorrow as well. ETS wraps up tomorrow, and we'll certainly have photos on the EFRA Facebook page, so there will be plenty of information there. We'll get interviews with Alessio for his GTE European Championship win and with Andrea for his GT8 European Championship win. So once again, that's it from me, Frank McKinney from RC Racing TV. We'll have a full roundup, well, a short roundup on RCTV News later this week. And once again, that's it from myself and Helder, who was our great cameraman over the weekend. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the next event. Bye.